You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. Why don't you come check out the King's Lounge?
And you are very welcome to King's Resort. Exciting day here in the resort. This is the final day of German Poker Days, a mammoth event, one of the standout poker festivals in our calendar. German Poker Days, of course, the low buy-in, under €200, and a massive guarantee. This event attracted 2,419 players. We're down to just 65 players. We take the action up here on our feature table with blinds at 40,000, 80,000. You can see the average stack on the top right described there, 1.8 million. So, Frank Tissick opening here. Well, in fact, it looks like a flash with the king, queen suited. And Mario in the cutoff here with ace 6 calls. And now the small blind shorty, Johnny, who is one of the partners behind German Poker Days, one of the King's partners based in Germany, with ace 9 here in the small blind. Of course, he's getting a massive price. Ace 9, just 40k to call, and already 400k in the pot. 10 to 1. Well, this will work. 7, 8, 3, all spades. Frantisek flops the flush, and I don't think really he's going to get any action here. Action is moved on to Mario. He doesn't really have any of this board. Johnny, no interest, and big blind. Jan from Holland, the big man, with 1.8 million in chips, which is bang on average. No real jumbo giant chip leaders. Seat 1 is Roman, who is actually sitting on close to 3 million. It's the big stack. And then we have the left hand side of your screen there. Well, in fact, seat 4, who's posting. Confusion here where the button is. That's the short stack on the left hand side of your screen with the disqualified baseball cap. And playing just 525k, has to post 40k, big blind of 40k, big blind ante. Now Erdogan can, the Turkish player with the Queen Jack suited, makes it 225,000. Edip from Albania. Not interested with the Jack 8. Hickam in the big blind, deciding not to put any more money in the pot with the Queen 5. Erdogan takes down the pot. That's Jan in the center of your screen. Jan Husiks from Holland, and then we have the short stack Hickam, also from Holland. On the right hand side of your screen, Hickam posting the small blind. Now, big slick. Under the gun. Average stack. He made it 225 with the Queen Jack suited. Under the gun +1. Now, what's the sizing here? These oranges are 5k chips. Blues are 25. And the dealer just asking Raul Sav, who's in the big blind there, just to show his cards to the screen. Oh, ace, queen. What did we just see there? Surely not ace, queen folded. Flat graphics showed ace, queen. Was it the big blind? No. I really surprised. Ace, queen was folded. Erdogan goes even bigger. 260k. He's not going to get any action, Raul. In the big blind, looking down at 3 deuce offsuit. Incredible when you look at the equity. Big slick versus 3 deuce. And how close it is. I mean, 38% to 62%. I, for one, would never have thought. Now, 2 pots in a row. Posting big blind. That's Erdogan, Can, and then under the gun, Frantisek, who I think folded ace queen. Under the gun +1. That last hand. Now, button moves. On the button, you can see opposite the dealer there. Very short. Hickam, who's playing about 400k. Which is about 5 bigs. Now, this is a Roman in seat 1, the big stack on the table. 2.8 million behind. Makes it 180,000. And this is Hickam. He's down to 325. So, desperate times for Hickam. Can't afford, obviously, that button to run through him again. This is Raul. With the Queen 7. Likes to take his time, think about things. But he's not going to continue. Erdogan has a decision. King 6 doesn't even think about it. Not interested in defending with the King 6. And Roman takes down the pot, gets his stack up over 3 million. With the big blind at 80,000. You can see in the background there, GPD. One of the leading poker tour brands. Absolute mammoth tour this German Poker Days. Really attracts colossal numbers. You can see by the stats, over 2,400 entries for this festival. And the price point, slightly lower, just under €200 per seat in this main event. Of course, we do have a full schedule throughout the festival, including the German Poker Days High Roller, which met its cap of 225 players, creating 65k prize pool with about 15k for first place. That's running also, and it's just I think it's about 90 players from 225. Now Johnny moves in. Edip opening with the Jack 10 suited under the gun. Now Raul really doesn't have a decision here. Under the gun open, all in, ace 8 off. Never really going to be calling, I don't think. Erdogan, well, not quite sure what he's thinking with 3 high. Doesn't know actions on him. He's in a dreamland. No, doesn't know actions on him. Okay, Frantisek quickly folds, but Edip will be asking what the situation is. He'll do a few calculations. That's Johnny. 1 million. Which is about 12 and a half big blinds. So 9.5 big blinds for Edip to call. I don't really think it's this close, to be honest. I think too many at times he's absolutely crushed, including this particular hand. Johnny having the goods, the aces, takes it down, gets his stack up to 1.5 million, which is a lot closer to that 2 million average stack, with around 60 players left here in German Poker Days main event. Now Roman with ace-5 suited. So, first blind v blind confrontation. That is a good shot for Edip. But Frantisek, who's limped here in the small blind, feels that this board more favourable to his range. He leads with 110,000. Edip with that good shot. Well, Frantisek is just saying here, look, you've got no aces. I could have an ace. And just fires once again. Edip, well, I think he just has to give it up, really. Does have a flush draw to go along with his good shot, but it's a weak flush draw. And it's a chance that even if he does hit his flush, it's no good. So he just has to surrender there. He's no choice. I like the continuation there from Frantisek, who was in control of that hand. Interesting dynamic blind v blind. It's always really informative what kind of skill level player holds. Frantisek showing a lot of knowledge there, determination, not giving up. Just clearly understood that, look, his opponent in the big blind couldn't have an ace. He's more likely to have one. Roman here under the gun. It's moved around to Raoul. Now Raoul just likes to take things nice and slow. No hurry. Sunday evening in Kings. What else would you be doing? Except considering your options with King 7 offsuit. Decides to fold, and this is Erdogan with Kings. 1.7 million stack average. Just about 2 million with a field size, 60 players left. Of course, all these players in the money. Good situation here for Erdogan. Obviously, he's got the kings, but he's been opening quite a lot. So it wouldn't totally surprise me to see one of these players play back at him. But it's been folded all around. But Mario might pull the trigger. He does pull the trigger. Great situation for Erdogan. He got the action he wanted, but needs to fade an ace. Now look at the equity. I'm just blown away with how close that is. You get your money in with kings versus ace deuce, and it's still a flip. Incredible how powerful these hands are that contain an ace, particularly a suited ace. Dealer peels a flop. Well, there you have it. I mean, the equity hasn't changed. No ace in the flop, but 2 hearts. Flush draw for Mario. Erdogan with the overpair to the board, and he's dead, drawing dead on the turn. Mario with the suited ace, doubles through. Erdogan getting his kings cracked in the rail. Cheering on Mario. Frantisek just getting the information from the dealer. How much money does he owe? Pays him off. Nasty beat that, but feeling I get from this guy Erdogan, he's been here and done it before. Doesn't look too tilted. I would be this stage of a tournament. Get my money in with kings versus ace rag. But pretty standard situation given the context. And Mario will take that. Brings him up close to average stack, but leaves the Turkish player Erdogan sitting on about 700k, which is about 9 bigs. Well, Hickam has to make a move here. Ace 3. Rawl will take his time with deuces, but too early a spot. Too weak a hand. I mean, what's he beating? Ace 2 is the only hand he's really crushing. Everything else, he's a dog to, or he's flipping. Erdogan. Wow. Well, this is interesting. He takes a punt with the 10-3 suited. That is remarkable in my opinion. Frantisek should be just isolating here with the ace-jack, but he just comes along, and that's going to entice everybody in. Edip is going to have a slight bit of this. And now Mario, well, he's going to go nowhere with queen-jack suited. What's going on here? This is... I'm not really understanding that. Mario should be in this hand with queen-jack suited, given the price he was getting. Hickam, 4 players, well, his ace, no good, 3, no good. Can't really see a way out from. And the queen-jack, look at this. Queen 9-5, Mario. Would have flopped. Top pair on all the back doors. Would have won the main pot. And a 1.1 million stack on the side. On the backs, Hickam. Now his ace is alive. No help on the board for the Dutchman. He is eliminated. Mario on the right there. Doubled up with ace deuce versus kings a couple of hands ago. Missed the trick there, I think. Well, he certainly did, but Edip taking full advantage. Wins a pretty decent pot. So, Erdogan with 575k behind. I was really surprised he put his money in there. Element of tilt. And Johnny pulling the trigger. Suited ace in the big blind when the big stack in the small blind position limps in. Johnny, clear understanding. Suited ace here is ahead. Picks up the pot, takes down the 1.7 million total pot, and now will post the small blind. This is German Poker Days, powered by Kings. Huge turnout this weekend is absolutely buzzing. Massive numbers for this. Lower buy-in, just under €200 to play this main event. Guarantee absolutely obliterated. Interesting spot, but I think Edip will give it up. And now Jan in the big blind. Queen Jack suited. It's going to cost him $500,000, which is 30% of a stack. I mean, it's a handful of potential, but You want to be getting a flop cheap. It's over 6 bigs. Makes the call. I think it's okay to call here. So, King Jack versus the Queen Jack suited. Jan in the big blind, calling the all-in shove from the short stack Erdogan. Not great. I mean, it's just incredible. You can see Erdogan go, what's going on here? Well, this is tournament poker. Jan gets lucky, but I don't think this call was incorrect. I think it can go either way. I don't mind a fold, don't mind a call. So we lose Erdogan can. Got it in good a couple of occasions, but just a bad run out. So Johnny on the button here, he makes it 175 with the ace 8 and Raul, big blind suited ace. He will be interested for sure. This looks like a 3-bet, but the sizing looks super small. Well, it's 480. Pressure on Johnny. What to do? Does he go with this? Don't think so. Ace 8. 305k back to him. Counts out his chips. I think this looks pretty strong from Raul. 3-betting from the big blind here. The sizing does scream of strength to me. Raul, of course, well, he's not completely clear where he stands in this hand, but, well, I mean, this is huge play from Johnny. He just goes with this. He can't. I like this. I mean, the calling, I think, is the worst option. He misses. Raul first to speak. Probably going to be folding, so he decides, well, okay, if we're going to go with this, let's do this. Ace 8. 4-bet rip all in from Johnny. And this has just, I mean, it screams of super strength, doesn't it? Raul, ace 3. Hating life. after getting it shoved back in his face. Ace-3 suited for Raul Sav. Johnny with the 4-bet. Johnny, of course, he's just going thinking to himself, please fold. Please fold, Raul. But he hasn't got snapped, so that will give him encouragement. And then he sees the cars going over the line. And Johnny just nods his head. Brings his stack up to 2.3 million. That's a pretty interesting hand. Johnny takes it down. Now Jan, suited connectors on the button. The 8-7 of diamonds. You can see the graphic top right, 51 players remain. All these players in the money. 2,400 plus entries. Current payout. Well, all these players now in 4 figures. They've more than 5 times their original stake. Big stake for Mario. Well, no, in fact, it's A7. And he folds. 10-3 folded. Johnny not interested. Nice move there from Johnny. That 4-bet. Raul couldn't really do anything except fold. Now Raul with 1.6 million looking down at 9-2 off on the button position. Frantisek in the small blind limps in and Edip with the king 6 in the big blind. Now, new arrival on the table, Rafi. He folds, but Raul won't be folding the ace queen and the hijack. And it looks like a fold out of turn, which is okay. It doesn't really affect action with just one person. I think it was a genuine mistake. Dealer just giving the player warning. It is important. The reason is Raul, of course, has one less player to be worried about. So we can open a pip lighter. He does have it here. The ace queen and the hijack. Makes it 265, and it's folded all the way around to Mario in the big blind. Raul gets his stack back up to 1.8 million, 51 players left in the German Poker Days main event. That's what we're watching. These players competing for colossal prize money given the buy-in level. 62,600 plus that 10,000 main event seat. Now, small pair in the button, Edip with the threes. Big blind still 80,000. But we're going to be going to a new blind level, I understand, next hand. Oh, Mario, small blind, 3-bet, I would expect, and he fires in the 3-bet straight away, 515. Roman just has to fold, no interest whatsoever, but it's an interesting spot for Edip. Could set mine, does have position. He's thinking to himself, well, what kind of hands do this? Ace king, ace queen, I'm ahead of these hands. Given that he's on the button, I can see Edip continuing here. He's 2.5 million deep. Looks back down, and well, that's a pretty disciplined fold. Mario, who was on the ropes, all in with ace, a deuce versus the kings. Now, Rafi, who has chips, 3.4 million. Jan with the king jack. Well, it's a limp. Blinds are Well, it's not a limp, it's 200k, but look at this. Frantisek with the guts. Aces. Aces, pretty awful spot for Jan. Opens with the king jack. Guess he just folds this out. Graphic showing for 745 behind, just about, I'd imagine. Looks to be a little shorter. Well, no, there's a 100k chip as well, so that's pretty much spot on. And Frantisek up to 2.4 million. This is the German Poker Days main event. Rafi will be folding under the gun, the Queen 6. See the average stack gone right up there. 2.2 million, I believe. 51 remain. Blinds 50,000, 100,000. Ralph folded the Queen Jack last hand. I can see no argument for opening with a weaker hand here in a more unfavourable position, so he does fold the Queen 10. Frank Kitset folds the pocket deuces, and Edith didn't realise action was on him. So 50 players left in the field. Just 2% of the original starting field of 2,419 players. So this is Jan under the gun, 745, which is equivalent to 7.5 big blinds. Big percentage of a stack going in blind. Next hand, 50 players remain. This is Frantiset folding Edip. No interest. Mario gets out of the way. That's Roman, and this is Johnny, who's shown a lot of understanding and a real willingness to get involved. He's going to open in the cutoff 225, and Jan on the button here with a decision, ace 8, all three options on the table, but he does opt to fold, and this is the big stack, 3.5 million. Rafi Atias from Israel in the small blind. I can't really see Rafi coming in with a call, 3-bet maybe, but more likely fold. And Raul Sav has a bit of history with Johnny. Looks down, 5-3 off. Well, probably going to just fold out this 5-3. Looking at Johnny, very suspect, nods his head. Johnny just has a little grin, as if to say, well, what can I do? Building a stack up to average 2.4 million, I believe. This is German Poker Days. Sixes on the button here for Rafi Atias. That's the chip count for the feature table we're concentrating on here. Jan van Arens, who's in real bad shape because he's posting, well, he's posting small blind, which is 500,000, so he'll just have 5 bigs behind. Then the chip leader, Rafi. Jan in second place, same stack as Edip and Frank Dissett, Roman, Johnny, all so close there, all these players bunched up. pocket tens for Edip, 2.5 million, which is pretty much bang on average. Field size 48. We're going to do a total redraw at 27. Suited connectors folded by Roman. But Rafi Altius will be showing interest, I expect, with pocket sevens. Now, this is an opportunity, I think, for Raul King Queen versus an under the gun open from Edip. Rafi, the big stack, flat calls in the cutoff position, and now Raul on the button position. King Queen. There's almost a million out there. Raul with 1.6 million stack. 16 bigs. He's considering it. Believe me. I think all options here are credible. I hate a fold. I think a call is probably my least favorite option. Decides to let it go. Jan in the small blind. He has an ace and just 5 bigs behind decides, well, Frantisek with the real hand. Please don't just flat call Frantisek. I think this is a 3-betting hand. Well, he's going to get action because the tens have that flush draw. Edip, pocket tens, with that 10 of spades in his hands, all 3 players, with a potential flush, of course. Frantisek, top with the enough flush draw. And it looks like it's been checked all round. Frantisek has smashed this board. Now the 4 in the turn. Frantisek comes out and announces himself. Leads out on the turn. I think Edip sticks about, of course he does. Pocket tens could be good here. It's flush. Could be good if he hits it. Rafty, of course, now at this stage just gets the vibe that his good shot mightn't be any good. This pair of sevens. 9 on the river. Frantisek going for more value, and it might get called, And it does. Huge pot. Huge pot. Frantisek deciding just to flat with the ace king. Hard to know what would have happened if he 3-bet with the ace king. I could have all went in. Edip might have just went with the tens. I'm not sure. But he does get 2 streets of value post flop. Turn and river. Flop top. All 3 players had that flush draw, of course. Frantisek with the enough flush draw. And great feeling. Stacking chips as a player. Huge pot. That's our chip leader on the table. Frantisek. From the Czech Republic on the button position. Edip now down to about 1.4 million. This is Mario under the gun with the 10-8 suited. Average stack 2.6 million. 46 players remain. Total redraw when we hit 27. Jan has picked up ace-10 suited. Let's rip. Eat up, of course. Has to call with the king-9 suited. Eat up just had, well, in the big blind, he just had about 1.2 million. Post a big blind ante. Ace-10 suited versus king-9. 3 hearts, no player with a heart in their hand. Jan solidifies his lead. Edip just 4% and now. That 4 on the turn. Edip dead. Jan doubles through Edip. Edip left with 5.5 bigs. He'll post the small blind and be left with 5 bigs behind. Jan up to 1.1 million. Total prize pool close to 400,000. Winner will receive 62,600 plus that 10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Total payout for first is 73,000. And for a 200 buy-in, I mean, it's just really unheard of outside King's Resort. These prize pools are just colossal. Jan shoves in the cut-off position with the suited king. 11 big blinds, don't blame him. And it looks like it's going to get through and he's going to add 2.5 big blinds to his stack. Bring him up to 1.4 million. You can see the chip count graphic giving a good insight to the state of play here on our feature table. Edith, who you see in the very right of your screen. Now the short stack. Johnny with 2.3 million. Jan folds. This is Rafiatius. Folds Raul Sav. 5 deuce. Nothing really happening for Raul. Now, good spot for Jan. Pocket queens. Well, he goes 3.5x. Difficult to get action here. Jack 10 suited. Well, this is one of the reasons I'm not really a fan of this size, 3.5x. Hands like this, Jack 10, that you want them getting involved and perhaps even induce a 3-bet from this type of hand. Look at this, ace 9 even, just not interested. Jan does win the pot, takes down another 2.5 bigs. Brings the stack up to 1.6 million. Rafiatius. Big stack, small pair, pocket threes. Now, ace king once again for František. Ace king suited, he just flats again with the big slick. Mario with a suited ace. And Mario calls out 300k, puts out 300k. Ace 8 of clubs. He calls, and Johnny with just pure trash here. Getting 6-1 on his money, but I can't see him continuing with 5-3 offsuit. He does fold, so we're going to go 3-way to a flop. Small pair versus big slick. Suited versus ace 8 of clubs. 3 involved. Big slick with the good shot. Backdoor. Royal flush. And Mario has a good shot of his own with the backdoor clubs. Rafiatius. Well, I mean, this is the problem when you open with a small pair. Flops rarely kind. But he's going to continue, and this may work. Having said that, I think František will stick about for, well, 700k is expensive to float, and he does have Mario still in the hand. It's an interesting spot. He is deep, 3.8 million behind. folds Mario with that good shot. Backdoor clubs. He knows a 9 is good, but not convinced if he hits his ace that'll be good. Could be up against ace jack, ace queen, ace king, ace 10, all these hands. Mario does fold, and Rafi Ati is up to 4.2 million with 42 players left in this German Poker Days main event. Thanks for tuning in. Absolute pleasure to bring you the poker content from King's Resort. Another week of high drama, huge prize pools, mammoth turnouts, plenty of action here 24/7 in King's Resort. We're going to be sticking with this German Poker Days main event for the rest of the evening and a bit. We're going to go into the early hours for sure. But one of these players will be awarded €73,000 first place payout for just a €200 buy-in. In fact, less, 199 total. 174 plus 25 is the buy-in here. Short stack rips with the king 10 suited. Takes down the pot, brings him up to 7.5 big blinds. About 10 minutes left in this blind level. Now, Raul will have to make something happen soon. 16 bigs under the gun here with the Queen Jack. Really hasn't had a great level so far. Johnny with the Jack 8 suited on the button decides to fold. This is Jan in the small blind with the King Deuce and surrenders. I mean, these are the kind of hands you got to fight for. Rafi gets a walk. He'll take that 10 high. Button moves. Blinds are posted. Rawl here with the 10-7, not going to really get involved. I mean, he's hating giving up his big blind ante, but it's difficult for him. I mean, Jan's made a huge raise here in the button. He's put in about 20% of his stack. Does get the job done. Button moves. This is German Poker Days. That is Jans Huskis from Holland. We have the chip leader on the button. Rawl small blind. Jan big blind. This is... I mean, it's incredible how many times he's picked up Ace King, František. Average is 2.8 million, 43 players remain. Well, I mean, he's trying to induce action, obviously. Looking for someone to raise. He's played Ace King so passive. Worked out for him big time on one occasion against the tens of Edip. Jan's going to get a free flop with the Queen Jack. Rawl getting a big price with the King Deuce, but just too trash a hand. Now, danger for Jan in the big blind position with the Ace 2 suited. Well, brutal. Hits his ace, Jan. And Jan from Holland has a good shot, and look at this, he's going to lead out. Ace Deuce, František with the nut kicker. 450k in the pot. Jan van Arens. Cutting chips. Looks like 225. In fact, it's more, it's 250. Smooth call from František with the big slick, and Jan, well, incredible. Jan sticks about, hits a pair to go along with his good shot. František has a good shot of his own. What's going on? It's been checked all around. Jan realizing now his kicker problems. František value bets 400k, and he gets Jan, the Dutch player, with second pair to call, and surely Jan van Arens realizes that his ace is no good here, and he does make the correct fold. Another decent pot for František. $5.1 million pot. 5.1 million stack, should I say, after winning this pot. Edip on 7 bigs. Blinds 50,000, 100k. We'll be going to 6120 pretty soon, next 5 minutes or so. František is the big stack. 5.1 million. He's posting big blind. This is the short stack who's gonna let rip here. You'd expect. Puts in the 7.5 bigs. Folded around to Johnny, who looks interested. Roman has folded in the first position. Seat 1. This is Johnny. And Johnny with the goods here. Reshoves with ace king. Last thing Edith wanted to hear. Frank Tishik with the queen jack. It's just too biggish. I mean, 2 all-ins. 2.1 million, not going to happen. Chip leader folds, so we're going to go to a showdown between Edith, the short stack, with the ace 8, and Johnny has him covered. 1.8 million now in this pot. 2 players on their backs. Ace king versus ace 8. 2 clubs. Club in the hand of Edith. But an 8 for a clean out. 3 of diamonds. That gives chop pot potential. Oh boy. 6s and 3s. With the ace kicker, and you can see Johnny, it's like a bad beat. Edith didn't see it on his way. I mean, you think you're bust, you get up and then you go, hold on a minute. Split pot. Johnny will feel like that's a bad beat, but he didn't lose any chips. In fact, both these players chopped the big blind ante, big blind and small blind, so a little profit, be it small. Now button moves the short stack, paying the big blind ante. This is a Roman in seat 1, the Czech player. Will be under the gun +1. Mario first to speak. He folds, and Roman now. We're looking at Rafi Atius, who's second in chips on this table. The big stack now is František. This is Raul, 13 bigs, and Jan van Arens with 11 bigs. Chip leader gives the short stack a walk. And I mean, if you're in Edub's chair, you're just loving this. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Lifts the pressure a little bit. Gets his big blind ante back and this small blind. He'll post that small blind he just won. He's about 8 bigs behind. Now, Roman under the gun. 2.2 million averages, 2.8, 43 players remain. This is the end now of the 50, 100k blind level. We're moving to the 60, 120, but first we're going to see Jan Huiskes make it 380. Sizing from Jan tends to be on the big side. 3.8x with the pocket eights. Chip leader snap folds on the button E-dip. Well, he's close to 9 big blinds behind. And he looks back at Queen Jack. But I think he's just going to let this go. It's for a huge proportion of a stack. I can't see him continuing. 40% of a stack with Queen High. Does fold action with Mario in the big blind. 10-5 suited, not interested. These bigger raise sizes tend to just clear out all these kind of marginal hands. That's one of the benefits where the hands you're kind of flipping against just tend to not get involved. Seeing there the Queen Jack just fold out. Problem with these big sizes, what happens when players come over the top? What do you do? That's the problem. This graphic shows the chip counts. You can see the blinds now 60, 120,000. E-dip, still the short stack. 7 bigs now in his stack with that new introduction of the 60, 120 blind level, which we're going to play for another 40 minutes, and then I think we'll be getting a lot closer to that 27 field size. This is Raul, 10 bigs now, and this is Jan with just under 10 bigs. 4.8 million in František's stack. He's not interested. Jack deuce, E-dip. Well, opportunity when it folded around to him on the button, but he didn't like his holdings. He folded, and this is Mario in the small blind with a king 5. You gotta be competing for the blinds here, Mario. Sure why he just didn't shove it all in. Well, one of the reasons why is he thinks he can get away. Roman with the goods here, pocket queens, and this leaves Mario in an awful situation. King 5 off. Just 6 bigs behind. Mario gets punished big time. Roman from the Czech Republic takes down the pot. Button moves. Blinds are 60, 120,000. This is the German poker days. We're down to, well, just over 40 players. Now, Rafi Atias, 8-7. One of the big stacks. Raul has got to generate something pretty soon. 10 big blinds, can't do anything with 8 deuce. And Jan van Arens is pretty much in the same boat as Raul. Now, why is the chip leader not opening with an ace there? I don't know. Okay, blind v blind. This is Roman versus Johnny. And Roman makes it 260. Johnny with the Queen 5 in the big blind. 40 players remain. I would have thought Jan might have shoved there with the King 10. He folds. Sub 10 bigs. Now this is Edip. He will be shoving with sixes for sure. Hijack position. 7.5 bigs. All in with sixes. So button folds. Johnny looks interested. And I can understand why. Ace Jack, I think. Johnny puts all his chips in here. Yeah, interesting spot. I think Ace Jack is just too strong though. I think Johnny will reason. Edip is shoving here from quite a wide range, and Ace Jack performing pretty well against most of the hands in this range. Edip turns over the sixes. Johnny the Ace Jack. We're going to see what you would expect to be a straight race, but look at the equity for Edip. 2-1 favourite. Of course, these percentages take into account cards that have been folded. Johnny thinks he's a 50-50 dog here, or he's in a 50-50 race, but he's underdog big time. Remarkable. And now he just springboards into a huge lead. He knows he just needs to avoid 2 outs in the deck. And he hits his 2 pair. Edip goes, what can I do? Taps the table, I think. The 10s versus Ace King. That was really the hand that damaged him most. I think he's got to let rip there with a pair. 7.5 bigs, of course he does. And I think Johnny has to go with his Ace Jack. Pretty standard situation. You got to win your flips. Johnny with the 2 overs connected. Eliminates Edip. Johnny's sitting on about 3.5 million. Well, perhaps a little less. Closer to 3 million, in fact. Blinds 60, 120. We're all under the gun. 10 bigs, queen 8. Can't do anything. Now Roman in the cutoff, ace 4. I think this will get respect. Roman's been playing pretty tight. Snug as a bug in a rug. The Czech player in the cutoff with the ace 4. And I think Rafi just lets this one go. The Israeli in the big blind, just one of these hands, I think. Too trashy. Jack deuce offsuit. There the cards go towards the dealer. Roman takes a pot, gets his stack up to 3.1 million. 38 remain. This is the final day of the German Poker Days main event. We're broadcasting live from Kings Resort. The buy-in for this was 174 plus 25. So for 199, this event held a 300,000 euro guarantee. Prize pool is 400,000. Absolutely smashed the guarantee. This is Jan van Arens with the ace 10. Under the gun, let's rip, as you would expect. Same hand he had last time when he moved in. He had the ace 10 of diamonds on that occasion. Now, Jan, the Dutch player, small pair, not interested. And Rafi with Jack 9 offsuit will be folding also. 3.1 million in Johnny's stack. Makes it 260. Big blind is 120. King Queen suited, but I mean, Royal is going to be 3-bet ripping all in here. And I think Johnny's going to be priced in. Ace King suited, all the money goes in. Now, Johnny goes, what are we looking at here? How much? This is very close. Johnny asked for a count. I'm always calling here, given the dynamics between Raoul and Johnny already. A little bit of history. King Queen suited. Could be ahead here. King Jack could do this. There's the call as expected. But he's run into it. Johnny up against Big Slick. Ace King suited. 2.4 million pot. Raoul all in for his tournament life, but in pretty decent shape here. Well, that's remarkable, really. 2 spades on board. Johnny has increased his equity big time. 6 on the turn is a blank. So he needs a spade or a queen. Spade or queen to bust out Raoul Sav. Doesn't happen. And Raoul gets the double. Not without a bit of a sweat. Johnny pays off his nemesis. And you can see Raoul go to the rail. Just telling his fans he got him at last. Johnny's just thinking about the call. What should I have? I think it's fine. Absolutely. King Queen suited. Given the context, I think. Played out over a big sample size. I think you're going to do all right there. Raoul with the goods. Goes, I got you. Button moves. Pressure off. Raoul Sav from Romania. Big stack there in the big blind, but František not really the type of player to dominate. Not looking to step up and just take control and go to war, apply pressure, try to accumulate. Massive stack. Now we're all button. Interesting. Now this will give you a real indication of this guy's ambition. Well, I would have thought he'd step up there. Now we've got to see a shove here from Jan, surely in the small blind with the Queen 9. 9 big blinds. 300k out there. Jan van Arens will be shoving, no doubt. In my mind, I will be. Last thing he wants to do is raise fold, that's for sure. That's the worst move in the book. Limping, okay. Well, you see, this is the problem. You're going to get exploited. And after that description of František, well, he's just proved me wrong. He is up for the task. Ace 5. I mean, this is the problem here with the limp. Whereas the shove, who knows? František doesn't strike me as the type of player who wants to get involved in flips. He wants to get it in. Super good. He wants assurance every time he puts chips in. Well, I mean, tournament poker is not like that. It doesn't happen like that. There's times you just gotta go with like the slight advantages, maximize on them. But I think on that occasion, Jan, if he shoved, he might have got Frank to check to fold, and even if he doesn't, it's pretty close to a flip. Whereas putting more chips in and then folding really is the worst possible scenario for the short stack. This is Rafi. Now, the Israeli makes it 325k. And Raul with 4-3, not really going to be doing anything here in the cutoff. Jan with 10-8 of clubs. He'd love to see a flop, but he's not going to get to see one. He folds. František folds. And Mario moves in here. Can't believe how short Mario got. I mean, I just didn't pay any attention to what was going on with his stack. He's so short that Rafi's just going to be calling here. Of course he is. There's no decision to make. I mean, this is just always a call. Absolutely compulsory. Given the price, getting 4-1. Suited ace. So Mario looks to be big favourite. Good shot, backdoor clubs for Rafi. 4 ball, 3 ball, running clubs. Good card for Mario, 7. Big favourite to double through the big stack. And you can see the sigh of relief from Mario. $1.5 million. Brings him up to 12 bigs. The empty seat there did belong to Edip from Albania. 6s versus Ace Jack. It was Johnny who eliminated him. And then Johnny went on to lose a big one versus Raul Asav. Now, action with Rafi with Big Slick. I mean, it's just incredible how many times Big Slick has been dealt on this feature table. Just 37 players left in this German Poker Days main event. Big Slick, 350k open from Rafi Atias. Raul Sav, 7-5 suited. He folds. This is Jan. Well, I mean, we're just talking about Big Slick, how often it's dealt, and this is typical. 2 players picking up the Ace King. Jan is going to be 3-bet ripping here for sure. All in, as expected. Now, will we see any other player get involved? We know Rafi's going to be going to call for sure. There's a snap call from Rafi Atias. Turns over his ace king, and Jan with the same hand. 50-50. Rafi just saying to Jan, you've got my hearts covered. So no chance of either player winning this hand. It's going to be a chop pot. Jan survives. This is the scoreboard chip count graphic showing exactly what's going on here. Up top, František from the Czech Republic sitting on 40 bigs. And then we see Rafi there, 28 big blinds. Roman, 2.8 million, which is close to average. Well, in fact, 3.3 is average, with just 36 remaining. Now, Rafi Atias is going to open once again, this time with the ace-10. Okay, Mario with the goods here. Pocket kings. And Rafi, well, I don't think he can make this call. $1.1 million, 35% of the stack. Mario with the Cowboys gets himself over the 2 million mark, 2.1 million now in the stack. Empty seat there did belong to the Albanian player Edip. We'll get some player from one of the outer tables to fill that seat quite soon. Graphic showed 36 players, so that's 4 tables, 9 players in each table. There'll be a table broken to create these 4 remaining tables of 9 players in each table. And there we have it. New arrival. Certainly a couple of million there anyway. About 3 million stack. There you have it, field size 36, average stack 3.3 million. 4 tables left in play. We will do a total redraw when down to 27. František, 4.9 million. Now, new arrival, Christoph Moiler, 2.4 million. Seems to be well prepared for the outside elements, Christoph. This is Roman here in the cutoff with the Jack 8. Roman makes it 275, big blind 120. But he's going to get a 3-bet shove from Jan with the suited ace in the small blind. Jan down to just 12, 11 bigs, 12 bigs. Roman, well, he's just got to fold this. Open to the cutoff. A little light. Don't mind this open. But versus a 3-bet shove from a player playing as snug as Jan. He's got to fold this Jack 8. Jan takes down the pot, button moves. This is the German Poker Days main event. This is what we're going to be watching for the rest of the night, early into the morning. One of these players will be receiving €73,000. Now, blind v blind, Rafi. 9 deuce, surrenders straight away on roll. 7 deuce, gets a walk. Well, doesn't get better than that. I've been pretty impressed with roll, I'll be honest. Johnny, of course, has impressed also. The big stack is the player on the right hand side, František. He's been solid, no doubt, and this guy posting, Jan van Arend, looks like he knows what he's about also. Coming towards the end of this 60k, 120k blind level. Chip leader folds under the gun. This is the new arrival with the ace-9. 2.4 million stack, Christoph. I think he just folds this. Mario not interested, and now Roman folds. Johnny gets out of the way with the Jack 8. Jan folds the 6 deuce. And nobody really interested in fighting for all the money that's out there. 300k pre-flop, but I think Rafi Atias from Israel will take this pot down with a raise on the button. Looks at the clock. Blind still the same. Makes it 300,000. Now, Raul Sav, small blind, interesting. Queen Jack suited. Both players started this hand pretty much the same size stack. around 2.5 million. Tight fold there from Raul. Jan van Aren's suited king, surely. He continues. It's a really interesting one. 180k. Does have a million behind, but it's about 17-18% of his stack. It's expensive, but he has a suited king in the big blind versus a button open, but he decides to let it go. And Rafi Atius does take down the pot. Gets a stack up to 3 million. Jan, less than a million behind. Raul with about 2.4 behind. Button moves. Coming, as I say, towards the end of this 120,000 level. Now, folded around to Raul on the button here with an ace. And as we pointed out, 300k out there. Almost 10% of average stack. Raul has to open here. Jan with the Queen 9. Lets that one go. The big stack. František with a suited queen in the big blind versus a button open. Well, we'd expect him to defend there, but he's not interested. Now, Mario, 2.1 million under the gun. Well, that's just not correct. He didn't fold jacks there, surely. Rafi with an ace in the hijack. You can see the players leaving their seats, which is a bit of a tell. It means we're going on break after this hand. Rafi Atius in the hijack with ace 4. Another ace folded. I mean, I'm not really sure what's going on. Nobody wants the money that's out there. And Christoph, well, gets a walk. Well, there with the jacks. Christoph takes one down. We're going to go on a break. Leave you with this graphic, giving you an indication of what the chip counts are. We're going to be back in about 12 or 13 minutes.
now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the German Poker Days main event here in King's Resort Rozvadov. You're very welcome. And it is getting exciting because we're down to about 34, 35 players. New blind level, 80,160. And you can see the chip stacks here on our feature table. František, the chippy. But we're not super deep. So expect action on our feature table. 9-handed. Now, this is Roman in seat 1, 2.8 million. Playing about 17 bigs. This is Johnny who's folding. Jan, 2 million. He's folded. This is Rafi, 3 million stack. Roll Sav with the sevens. See the field size top right. 33 remain. So Raul goes with the bigger sizing here, close to a 3x with pocket sevens, and it looks like it's going to get the job done. Mario. 1.7 million in the big blind. Leaves himself with just 10 bigs. Raul Sav up over 3 million. 33 players remain. Rafi folds Sol. Rav. Roll Sav with Queen 3 of diamonds. Roll 3.1 million. Field size now down to 32. František with the sevens in the cutoff. This is the biggest stack on the table. And it looks like he's limped in with the sevens. This is Christoph, 2.4 million. And he's just counting out the 160k. Mario, I mean, he's absolute trash here. But he is getting a super price. And that's why he's going to put in the additional 80,000. Roman 10-3, he's going to get a free flop, he'll take it. Just check his option. František check with the sevens, but I mean, Mario has gone on front here. Jack deuce, he should not be in the hand in the small blind position. It's crazy to think that he got a flop and it's checked all round. Turn brings a 9. Now Mario, considering his options here, 2 pair, 9 is a cause for concern, but he's going to come out and protect his hand. Looks at the clock, and it's just bizarre that Mario was handed this pot. František, well, he has to fold, and Christoph will fold also. There's clear display of the disbenefits of limping there. Center your screen, Christoph. Playing about 2.5 million, I think. And then Mario on the very right hand side. He's close to 2.5 million now after that pot. This is Jan under the gun. He folds. Next to speak is the Israeli Rafi Atias. 3 million stack. 32 players left in the mix. This is Raul Sav, pocket nines. $410,000 is the open size, and it's folded all the way around to Mario, who's going to be folding here. Mario with that gift in the last hand. And now Johnny in the big blind. Johnny with the sixes. Well, this could be a big clash. These guys really have been on course to collide. They've sparred a few times. Could be it. Johnny, considering his options, he might shove here. And he does shove, but he's going to get called. Rozvadov is going to be calling him. Raul wants to get the chip count, but given the way these two guys have been playing at each other, and it's interesting because Rozvadov just back from a break, and he would have got that information about the 4-bet with the ace-8 much earlier from Johnny when he 4-bet all in with the ace-8 off. He was ahead, but that will definitely be on Raul's mind, and that's why he puts in the money, and he's in absolute great shape here. 9s versus 6s. Johnny all in for his tournament life. Rozvadov from Romania has got his opponent exactly where he wants him. This is the dream. Get the money in. Have your opponent crushed. Johnny with just 2 outs. 20-1 shot. Doesn't happen for Johnny. Eliminated in 32nd place. The German Poker Days exec leaves the arena. I think it's fitting that it was Rozvadov that did the damage. Busted Johnny out. Probably 2 for me, 2 of the best players on the table from what we've seen. Of course, very small sample size. Raul with the 9s made the call. Well, he had the strength of character to understand what was going on. Now, pocket 5s for Christoph and Mario here. Well, I'd expect him just to put it in with Big Slick. Looks over at Christoph's hand. Does count out a 3-bet. Looks to be about 1.1 million. Well, it's bang on 1 million. This is the total setup. Jan with the Cowboys. And he's going to cold 4-bet. Mario looks uncomfortable. Well, he shouldn't be. You're always putting your money in here with ace king. Christoph with the 5s. He's going to be folding. There's no way, really. Can he put his money in? Just 11.5 bigs behind, but pocket 5s against 3-bet and 4-bet. So 5s will go in the bin, but Mario is committed. Mario with 37% of his stack in there, and he does snap call. Of course he does. He's not going to like it, but he's got out of trouble before, Mario. Ace King versus Kings, and Jan just explaining to the Dutch Rail what the situation is. No ace. There's 2 out there. Ace of hearts was folded. Jan on course for a massive pot here, 4.2 million. And it's a jackpot. That is sick. Didn't even see that, and Jan didn't see it. Jan's going, what the hell is going on? Jan goes split, and the rail goes what? Split? Mario, like Houdini, gets himself into some awful spots but gets out of them. I mean, this is super standard, getting the money over the line pre with these hands. Ace king versus kings. Split pot. Raul Sav, now the chip leader. František is sitting on 27 bigs, 4.4 million. And then everyone is below average, so not many chips on this table. I expect it to be one of the lower stacked tables in play. There is 4 tables in play. We're going to pause the clock when down to 27. Jan limping here with the suited king. Got 13 bigs in a stack. Rafi with the jack 3. Leader just getting the pot right. Open ender for Rafi. King high still good. 9 on the turn. First bet wins. But Jan just playing this way too passive. Now, 8-handed. We just had Johnny bust out a couple of hands ago. 3-bet with the 6s. Ran into this man who's hosted the big blind. Sorry. Yeah, he's on the big blind. Raul, you see in the centre of your screen. Now, František folding king queen. What's going on? Christoph, 8-6 suited. Mario folds, but the ace-10 for Jan on the button. will certainly be opened. And he makes it 480,000, which is a 3x. He's basically committed. He's 35% of his stack invested. Rafi Atias should be just folding the Jack 10. And Rozvadov, who now is the biggest stack on the table, in the big blind position with the 9-7 offsuit, and versus this size, and I think we're just going to see this dumped. Jan got unlucky there. Got his money in with kings a couple of hands ago. All in pre versus ace king, and would ran out for a split pot. Took a minute for Jan to see it, as it did with myself. Now, under the gun with pocket sixes. Well, I think František folds this, to be honest. Decided to limp. 160,000. Christoph with the king 10. Now, Rafi, king queen, 3.1 million. He'll want to get involved for sure. Does have the benefit of position. King queen, this plays pretty good post flop. František has been limping quite a lot. So I think we're going to see a raise here, it looks like. No, this is 160. Called by Rafi. Rozvadov getting, a wonderful price here. 80,000. Look what's in the pot. Getting 9-1. I'm tempted. Well, here we go. All in for sure. Jan van Arens. He's got to pull the trigger. Compulsory shove in this kind of spot. Doesn't want to go three-way. And this designed to get rid of one player. Well, he'll be happy if both fold, but that's not going to happen. There's the call with the sixes. And I think Rafi calls this also 610,000. Now, if you're sitting in Jan's seat, you just don't want three-way action. And now, he's in a 50-50 flip. For 2.5 times the stack. That's pretty good mathematics from Jan van Aren's point of view. 1.9 million pot. František with the sixes, but ace on the flop. Jan connects. 6 of clubs is in the muck. It was folded pre. 2 pair for Jan. Just needs to avoid the one outer. Happens. Jack in the river. Well, that would have made a straight for the Israeli, who's just letting the short stack know. I think that was a call given the price he was getting. And he had position. The way František is playing, he would have probably got to the river. Jan gets up to 12 bigs. Christoph is the short stack. But I mean, it's crazy. There's like only 2 players on the table above 20 bigs. So very shallow. Going to see lots of action. Big stack roll Sav, 4.5 million. Average close to 4 million. We will see a graphic in the top right of the screen giving us that information shortly. 30 left. And the average is bang on 4 million. Christoph, 1.8 million under the gun. He's the short stack. He folds. Mario folds. Roman with the Queen Jack, 2.4 million. 20 big blinds in his stack. He makes it 375. And Rafi folds. This is the chip leader on the table here. But it is a pretty low stack table. Less blinds on this table than on the other. There's still 4 tables in play. The 3 bust outs. We'll pause the clock. This is Jan Van just after his double. This is František with the 6s. Had all the chips at one stage. 5.5 million, now down to 3.3 with pocket 6s once again. Makes the call in the big blind. So pair versus 2 overs. 6s in the lead. Gone check from František. Check call. Roman bets out 350. Now, good shot for František. But Roman is going for this. Continues again. František going nowhere with his pair 6s, which he thinks may be good, but he does have that backup. Now, Queen or Jack will be pretty sick. 5 on the river is a great card for František. But look at this from Roman. I mean, it's not making a whole lot of sense. Does he have many 5s in his range? No. What's he repping? Top set on the flop. Gets it through. Wow. Okay. Guess he has a lot of overpairs there. And that's what František is thinking. Roman, I mean, he just didn't stop firing. No connection to the board. You would have thought that second 5 might have slowed him down. He emptied the clip on the river. František just couldn't deal with the pressure. Roman wins a decent pot. Short stack there, posting big blind. And Mario first to speak. Roman now up to 3.8 million, which is close to average stack. Fold it right around to Rafi Atias. King Queen in the hijack position. 30 players remain. This is the German Poker Days main event. I think Jan can just fold this ace 5. Now, the short stack player is Christoph Meuler. In in the big blind here with 7-6. Going to cost him 315,000, which is more than 20% of his stack. Well, he makes the call. Going to see a flop. King Queen versus 7-6. Good shot for Christoph. Let's rip. I like this kind of board. Really does favour the big blind range, and it gets all kinds of hands like this King Queen to fold. You would think 1.2 million. Of course it will. Half a Rafi stack. Christoph takes down the pot. Graphic showing 28 remains, so we're on the final 3 table bubble. Clock will be paused. When down to 27, we'll do a total redraw. All of these remaining players guaranteed €1,300. Jan with the shove gets it done. Scoops the pot. 28 players remain. Now, Jan, 2.3 million stack, which is equivalent to about 17, 18 bigs. Ace-9, he makes it 320. And the Ace-5 suited for František in the cutoff. He makes the call, and Christoph Moiler folds the Queen-Jack. Mario, Queen-8, this will go into the bin, you'd expect. Queen-8, small blind position, has to fold this. Well, Roman, this guy ain't afraid. Roman in the big blind, pocket fives. Puts in the additional 160. Of course, František blocking his hand. František doesn't want to hit two pair. King 3-3. Roman checks. Looks like Jan has checked here. Well, he hasn't acted yet. King 3-3. Difficult to continue. Checks, and František checks back. Going to go to the turn. Queen on the turn. Queen of spades gives a flush draw to František, and nobody wants this. 4 in the river. Roman, well, he's delighted to get to showdown. And he does get to showdown. 2 pair wins. That's pretty crazy to think that was checked all the way through. You would have expected Jan van Arens to fire there, if not on the flop, certainly on the turn. Big pot. Roman takes it down. Change of dealer, 28 remain. Clock will stop when we're down to 27. And František went from the massive stack on this feature table to the short stack, all in the space of about an hour. Roman has come to the top of the food chain. Now, under the gun is Rafi Atias, 2.5 million. Raul folds. Jan folds. František, short stack now, folds. Fold it right around to the small blind to Roman, who's got all the chips. 10-7 suited, limps in. Jan checks his option. King Jack board, Roman fires. He's not going to get any opposition from Jan. But Jan raises 9 high. Roman gets out of the way. Jan gets his stack up to 2.6 million, 28 remain. Currently running alongside this main event is the German Poker Days High Roller event. Reached this cap at 225 entries, creating a prize pool of 65k. Close to 15,000 for the winner. So dealer position is Roman, makes it 375. We get a call from Jan and Rafi. 3 hearts, no player with a heart in their hand. Rafi is second pair. He's gone check. Rafi checks and Roman, well, he's going to fire. Can't help himself. Looks down at his cards, check to see is that ace and ace of hearts. Well, he decides to check back. Deuce now on the turn. Roman hits bottom pair, but look at this, Jan with the gut shot comes betting. Rafi's in a kind of weird position here. Has connected with the board. And given that it was checked round on the flop, he decides his second pair could be good. Ace in the river, ace of hearts. Well, I thought Jan checked blind there. Obviously didn't. Fires on the river. 4 hearts. Going to be difficult for Rafi to make this call. But he is suspicious. And you can see the field size top right. We're down to 27 players, which means at the end of this hand, the clock will be paused and we're going to do a complete redraw. Jan shows the bluff, nods to the audience, and the TD just explaining that we're down to 3 tables, total redraw. That is David Wick, the overall TD for this event. Run really smartly these tournaments. So we're going to be back in 17 minutes. Do join us.
now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best. Also for you, your mobile phone over there at the table, please, okay? Gentlemen, your phone is there.
Welcome back to the German Poker Days main event. We're down to just 3 tables. The graphic you see shows the lineup for this feature table, and we have some chips on it. Antonio Cowboy, 10 million stack, average about 4.5 million. And you can see the massive chip advantage Antonio has over the rest of the table here. A couple of short stacks. And we're going to go straight down to action. The 5Ks were raced, I believe. 5K chips. And we do have a new level, which is the 100K, 200K. So 27 players left. And you can see there in your screen on the right hand side, Raul Sav and Jan van Arens, and pretty much the 2 same seats they've been drawn in, which is incredible. There's Kai, the shorter stack, 2.6 million. And that is Boogie from Switzerland. He folds Raul, 4.5 million stack. You can see the graphic top right, 27 from 2,419 entries. Remarkable achievement for these guys to just navigate their way through such a massive field. Of course, the prize pool is ginormous up top at 73,000. This is just for 200 buy, and I spotted Roman there from our earlier table, and this is Richard Essex in seat 1 from Great Britain. Guessing he hails from Essex. Small blind here with the 9-7. What a flop with a 9-7 pair and a straight flush draw, but it's interesting for the big stack Antonio, who's not going anywhere here. He's got a flush draw and the straight draw also. Both these players heavily connected to this board, and there's the raise, but Richard's not going anywhere. So we're going to see very big pot here. Richard started the hand with about 4.5 million. Oh, well, it's not a great run out for Richard. It comes heart. Gives Antonio the flush. Richard 3.3 million behind. Pretty brutal run out for Richard. Antonio up to 11 million. Average stack would be about 4.5 million with 27 players remaining. We're going to play until we're down to 18 and then redraw at 18 and then final table of 9. It's going to be a long evening, but that's fine. It's going to be hugely entertaining. Richard explaining how strong he was in that flop. So 5Ks are raced, so the only 2 chips in play at the moment are the 100Ks and the 25Ks. Blinds 100, 200 with a 200K big blind ante. So there's 500,000 out there pre-flop. There is, pink chips, which are 500,000 in value. They're the newly introduced 500,000 chips. And we're going to have the yellow 1 million chips, believe me. We'll have them introduced when we get down to 2 tables. Ariane with the Jack 7. But Kai has picked up a hand to 3-bet shove it. Pulls the trigger with the 9s. Richard folds, and now the chip leader in the small blind with the Jack 10 suited just has to fold this. He looks interested, but too much action. Ariane could have a big hand here. Ariane playing the guts at 5 million. So it's not reasonable for the chip leader, Antonio, to be getting involved here, calling this 3-bet all in. I mean, I don't get it why he's so attached to the... Well, it's a hand full of potential, I know, but look at the action. Ariane has opened with a 5 million stack, and then a 3-bet all in. So he's not closing the action, Antonio. Still a big blind to act, and of course, more importantly, the player who opened. Of course he's going to fold. Not sensible to do anything else. And Ariane will be folding after Boogie gives up in the big blind position. Ariane does a snap fold. Pot is awarded to Kai. Gets us back up to 3.5 million. Richard in the hijack is a deuce folded around to him. He folds the chip leader, 11 million stack folds bogey now. With the king 10, you'd expect bogey to open here. Button position. These pink $500,000 chips you can see. And now in play, you can see one on top of bogey stack. He's asking the blinds, which is Rozvadov in the small blind, but the short stack is Jan van Arens. So bogey gonna raise blinds 100k, 200k. It looks like a pretty sizable open here, 575. Basically, he's putting Jan van Arens all in. Now, Rozvadov can't really do anything, and well, apologies. Jan has 1.6 million behind. I understood he was a lot shorter. Bogey with a huge sizing there. Well, close to 3x. Not sure what he would have done if he got 3-bet shoved back in his face. $22 remain here. Well, in fact, it was 27, so there's 25 remaining. 22 in the high roller. All in the money there. And apologies, 26 from 2,419 left in this German Poker Days main event. This is Roman. No Richard. El Patron getting a walk in the big blind with 6 high. You can take that, brings the stack up to about 7 million. Button moves. Jan van Arens on the button, he's the short stack on the table, sitting now with about 1.3 million. Average stack around 4.7 million. $40-minute clock on this final day. 4.651923. You can see it up there, the average. Now, Kai with the nines once again makes it 500k on Roman. Well, Roman don't fold. Ace queen suited. We're going to see a clash here. I expect Roman's going to 3-bet. I think Kai goes with it. Interesting. Ace queen suited. I think it's just too big to lay down. That's remarkable. Roman, I get it. A lot of people still to act. Well, look at that. Inspirational stuff, really. He would have lost a bunch of blinds there, because we're going to see bogey come in with a 3-bet here for sure. Kai Penzersinski with the nines. And this is Boogie with the big slick. Boogie counting out a 3-bet. There it is. Interesting, Kai deciding to fold the nines. Leaves himself a 14 bigs, but the shortest stack is Jan van Haren's 1.5 million big stack. Antonio Cowboy up top of that chip count graphic. 9 players on our feature table of this German Poker Days main event, and just look at the countries represented: Spain, Switzerland, Romania, Denmark, Czech Republic, Great Britain, and of course 3 Germans. Just shows you how popular these festivals and King's Resort are every week. Massive guarantee for low to medium buy-ins. This buy-in actually one of the lowest, the 200 buy-in, 300,000 guarantee. This is Boogie. He folds Raul Sav with the 10-4 spades, no interest, but the short stack 1.5 million 7 bigs. Gotta go with this. Folded around to Jan, who's in the cut-off position. Very little choice here. Has to move his chips in with ace 8. Arian folds just the big blind. Well, snapperoonie. Yes, says Kai. Let's do this. Jacks versus ace 8. Kai Penzersinski versus Jan van Arens. The short stack had no choice really. 7 big blinds folded around to him. Ace 8 in the cutoff, he makes a pair. So he has a trip draw that's good now also on the 8 and the ace for 2 pair. Queen on the turn. Ace or 8 Kai, completely focused on the dealer and the board. Deuce. Kai survives. Jan van Arens posted out in 25th, I believe, 26th. Just 1% of the starting field remain. And you can see Kai Penzersinski eliminate Jan van Hagens. Now, this is our UK player, who I guess is from Essex. Under the gun with the ace 5, he folds, and now the chip leader. You can see the field size, 25 players, 4.8 million average stack. This is Boogie with the king 9. roll with the king 5 offsuit in the hijack position, but he decides not to get involved. The Spaniard folds, but Ariane will be opening on the button. There's no doubt in my mind, king queen. Arya makes it 450,000. Kai has spun up a stack to 4.5 million. Came to the table with just 2.5. Despite folding them 9s pre-flop when we got 3-bet. Let's hold the small pair here also. Kai Penzer-Sinki opens on the button with the king 10. Richard makes the call in the big blind with the jack 9 suited. Kai asking how much Richard has. Well, it's all going in. There's 1.1 million in the pot. Richard will continue here. Top pair, Richard's going to shove. Check raise all in. Spade draw, wow. Check calls. Checks. Kai Penzer-Sinki. Wow, he's not going to expect Richard to turn up with an ace too often. So I don't mind another bet here. Fold out. Some of these draws. There's a 500,000 bet. Getting expensive. Richard just 2.3 million, but I think he's got to continue. He's getting a big price. He's getting close to 5-1, so he's got to put in the 500,000. Now we go to the river. 7. Well, it's going to go check, check. I expect Kai. 7 is kind of a card he would expect Richard to turn up with. What's the draw for Richard? Leaves himself with about 1.8 million. And the big blind is 200,000, just 9 bigs for Richard, who started this feature table with 4.5 million just moments ago. Hasn't been a good orbit for Richard. It's been great for this guy, Kai. He's gone from 2.5 million to 5.5 million. did lose Jan van Arens. So just 8 players on our feature table. 4.8 million is the average stack. 25 players remaining. Next redraw is at 2 tables of 9 on each table. That's 18 remaining when we pause the clock. Now Richard pulls the trigger with the ace king. Shoves for 9 bigs. Well, I'd be tempted there on Antonio, but Richard chose the goods. Good slick. Button loose. Lines posted. No, Raul Sav from Romania. Jack 9 under the gun. Just too weak. I expect this to go in the bin. You see the graphic on the top right has down clicked once again. We're now down to 24 players, 8 players in each table. Average stack bang on 5 million. Kai Penzersinski up to 6 million. 3.5 million. And just an orbit or two. Bogey getting a walk. See, it's playing a little bit nitty. Of course, all these players, they're playing for massive money. Given that it's like €200 buy-in, 73,000 up top. Now, Arian, King Queen once again. Suited this time, but Roman with the real hand. Big slick. And there is the 3-bet from Roman, who for me has been a breath of fresh air. Never afraid to put chips in. Bogey here is going to have a little think about it with 4s, but there's nothing he can do with a small pair. There's fold. Roll in the big blind, Jack 7 suited, and nothing he can do. So action back with Arian, facing 3-bet. Well, he decides he wants to see a flop. Doesn't want to hit his king. But he is suited, connected. He does flop the diamonds. 3 million out there. Roman with 2.1 million. Arian with exact pot size bet behind. Now, Roman in a real tricky spot here. Well, would he do this with a 9? It's possible, but it's not probable. So I think Roman can disregard a 9 from Arian's holdings. Doesn't have too many 9s, maybe. Ace 9 suited, possibly. But I don't think he would play it like this. So, what's he up against? Pocket 5's no chance he'd play it like this. think he's thinking he's up against two pair type hand, sixes, sevens, eights, or a diamond draw, which is exactly what Arian has. Speech play going on. Kai having a little bit of a laugh. And Arian convinces Roman to fold. He said he'd show if he folded. Not ideal if you're sitting in Roman's seat, putting in a huge proportion of your stack. And then having the guy with the draw to bet you off your hand. Arian, 6.2 million stack. And Roman is down to just 2.1 million, which is 10.5 big blinds. Roman shows with the ace-jack, as expected, and he will get Raw to fold, and El Patron will fold the jack-4 also. Now, action on the UK-based player who snap folds. This is the big stack. Antonio Cabai with the ace-9. This is boogie. In the cut-off position, you can feel the tension. Just 23 players, but all these players, they've outlasted thousands of competitors. They've all guaranteed themselves 10 times their initial stake. Now, big man, El Patron from Castellon, told very popular reg in that region. Pocket queen, small blind. Well, the sizing here, quite big, but look at this. Arian with the 5-4 suited. Wants to see a board. It's pretty sick. It really is. Straight flush draw for El Patron. But he's going to be convinced his overpair is good. All the money's going to go in. Arian looking stressed, looks at the board. Oh, this is terrible. Life is hard. I run so bad. But you know what? I'm going to call you. King might kill a bit of action. El Patron, all the money could have gone in the flop there. El Patron not too comfortable with that king. Well, this is crazy the way this has been played. It really is. Arian now shoves for the lot. I mean, this just helps El Patron so much. It really does. Basically gives him an escape route. And he's dodged a bullet here big time, El Patron. I think he does get away. 4.5 million behind. 22 bigs. Decent fold. Not happy. That king helps, but what helped him even more was the shove when he checked El Patron, when he checked to Arian. Good fold. All the money could have gone in on that flop, no doubt. Straight flush draw to go along with his overpair for the Spaniard, but Arian flopped the flush. Decided just to smooth call on the flop, Arian, but then kind of changed strategy from trying to disguise his hand to announcing himself in a big way with that all-in shove. Now 22 remain. Boogie folds. Raul Sav in the cutoff with the 6-3 offsuit, and Raul will be folding this for sure. Now El Patron will open once again. Suited ace, ace-9, good enough to make it 450 on the button. And again, there's going to be a clash. Arian, pocket eights, he just smooth calls in the small blind position, and the big blind can peel a flop here for 350k, and it's going to create a 1.6 million pot pre-flop. First to speak, Arian. 2 overs. Checks. Kai with none of this. He's going to be checking. El Patron is connected. Could bet this, could check back. There's a 500k chip. Snap call from Arian. Now, turn will probably go check, check. And then it's going to be interesting to see what happens on the river. Arian checks, and here's the check back from the Spaniard. He said yes. 5 on the river. I think Arian thinks he's the best hand, so he's going for a value bet, but El Patron snaps him off and flicks down the ace-9. El Patron up to 6.6 million. So he's recovered and some from that last hit he took with the queens, getting cracked by the 5-4. Now, the big stack on the table is Antonio Cowboy. And he looks down here at ace-queen suited. He's sitting on double the average with just 22 players left in the mix. We will pause the clock at 18. Another redraw. We're going to be staying with this German Poker Days main event in its entirety. So we're going to bring all the action to the very end. All these guys have, well, they've locked up 10 times their initial buy-in, but it's that big money on the final table where huge payouts are distributed. That's what they're looking at. That's what their target goal is. Who's going to be there? Who knows? Ariane, will he make it? I don't know. Kai, for me, who you see folding here, he's been pretty impressive. Floor is called. Not sure what the story is. Probably a change of deck. Player in the center of your screen is Antonio Cowboy from Germany, playing just over 11 million. Empty seat. Well, it belonged to Jan van Arens, who's been eliminated by Kai Penzersinski. El Patron. Looks to me like he knows what he's doing. 6.6 million stack. Now, Chippy, under the gun with the King 7. No interest in bogey. With the Queen Jack. Now, Kai Benzersinski. King 5 suited. On the button, should be opening here. Looks at the clock. Well, interesting, I guess. Well, his big exposure is a couple of million. These are two short stacks. Richard has to go with this. Richard has to snap. Do not fold this, Richard. You've got to make a stand. You cannot fold. Please, Richard. I'm begging you. Do not fold. Please call. You have to fold. You have to call. Excuse me, you can't fold. Well, I'm retiring, folks. I mean, you fold your bunch of blinds there in the big blind position to a button shove from a player like Kai Penzersinski. I mean, you're just going to be exploited all day long. There's no other outcome. You're going to be taken advantage of big time. Anyway. Richard comes across to me like a gentleman of the highest order. I get the feel he's hugely successful in many areas of life. But when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of tournament poker, you really have to be ruthless. You have to be like steel inside. You just got to make these tough decisions. Ace 9, okay, I mean, it's not a nutted hand, but you just got to call. You have to. Spaniard sporting the SPF logo. Incidentally, a festival hits the resort tomorrow. Spanish Poker Festival. Spaniards come in their droves. Some real good people behind that. My friend Kiko, of course, one of the founders. And we see El Patron here. Ace 9, 6.6 million. He obviously got an early flight in to cover both main events over the week to 10-day period. And he finds himself here with just 3 tables left. This is Roman, 2 million stack in the cutoff with the Jack 4 folds. Richard now moves on the button with the small pair. Pocket fives, 1.5 million shove. It's going to get through. And Richard finally shows us what he's made of. Pocket fives all in. Boogie just going through the motions here. 9-4 doesn't get much worse than this. So you see an empty seat opposite the dealer that belonged to Jan van Arens. He went bust when he shoved. A few blinds he'd left with ace 9. El Patron forgets what's happening, then realises the story. He quickly folds, but Arian won't be folding. Arian, the real action player on this table, loves to see flops, loves to get involved. Now let's see what he can do with queens. Sizing, of course, critical. Well, blinds are up actually, 150, 300k, so 800, just below the 3x, not getting any action. Boogie likes to place his cards exactly in the square before looking. Now, interesting. Rawl, Sav, and he knows that Arian is the action player on this table, so I think he's going to be making a stand. It wouldn't surprise me. Rawl, Sav, make a stand with the ace 4, that ace blocking so many premiums, but Arian's going to be snapping him off. Of course he is. Got his chips in, cards on their back. Queens versus ace 4, and you can see Rawl. Well, this is as good as he can hope for. Combo draw. Ace is good also. 4 ball, diamond, or ace. Jack, no good. Black Jack on the turn. What's going to happen on the river? Rawl, Sav, one of the standout players, is actually eliminated here. And Arian celebrates as Rawl Sav looks a bit shocked. He, for me, was one of the high-level players remaining. Of course, the Romanian poker community on fire at the moment. A lot of talent emerging from that side of Europe. And I think we're going to see more of Rawl Sav in the future. Arian gets the action that he wants. With the queens, and now we're down to 7 players on our feature table. You can see 20 remain, 6 million average stack. Arian, well, 11 million. Why not open with ace 10? Kai Penzersinski. Now this guy is top quality. He's shown great instincts, real good recognition. Early position, king, queen versus under the gun open. Decides, you know what, this is just too complicated a situation to be getting involved in. Lays it down. Rightly so. Boogie with the real hand here. Pocket jacks on the button. Arian is just super active. I mean, players have seen him being involved in pretty much everything on this table, one of 3 remaining tables. 20 players left in the mix. Boogie trying to decide what to do with jacks. I know what I do. I just put it in. However, there is a lot of benefits to just flatting in position here. But Boogie does decide to raise it up. Looks like 2 million. So 2.8, it's huge. And that'll be enough for Arian to let go. I mean, that's just huge. He's not getting called by anything except a better hand. Queens, kings, or aces, possibly ace king. They're the only 4 hands I think that continue. So I'm not really, I don't know. I don't know. I suppose he just wants to end it. Wants to fold out all the overcards. Gets ace 10 to snap fold. 7 players on our feature table. First to speak is Kai Penzersinski. Now, here we go. Richard knows what to do with ace king, that's for sure. Put it in. Seven bigs. Arian with the 10-9 asking what's the cost. Arian likes a punt, but just a little bit of a stretch too far calling with the 10 high. And Richard, who shocked me with that ace 9 fold, has redeemed himself big time. Shoving with the 5s on the button. Last orbit, and of course, got to get his money in there. It's absolutely compulsory to put his money in with ace king. Dealer rewards him the stack. Blinds 150, 300k. Kai in the big blind position, and it's Roman, who you feel that he got mugged with that ace king versus king queen. versus Aryan a while ago, and well, he's going to go bust here because Richard has him covered, and Richard will be for sure putting his money in. Has to. Absolutely mandatory. Richard, if you fold this, Richard, I'm shutting down the computer. Okay, I'm gone, guys. I'll see you. Goodbye. It's over. And I'm never returning. I'm just absolutely in shock. And Roman, I mean, he's absolutely dodged a huge bullet here. He still might have problems. I don't think Kai's going to call 1.7 million with deuces. It's just, it doesn't perform well. Got to get your money in first with these baby pairs. Kai's just going to work it out. He knows he can be flipping here quite a lot, but sometimes he's crushed. Preserve your stack, that's what it's about. Roman is pretty lethal. You don't want Roman with chips, that's for sure. Very aggressive. And he shows the deuces. Now, if Roman shows the ace-jack, well, if he did, I wonder what the reaction from Richard would be. And I think I look at Kai going, what? And even Aryan says there's no way you folded ace-king there. And Aryan just goes, stop, don't even try that story with me. Kai looks like he's absolutely stunned. He doesn't believe it either. No one believes it. And, I mean, it's one mistake folding the ace-king. It's compounding the mistake by saying this to your opponents who are not there to be your friends. They're there to take your money. They want your chips. Yeah, they'll be friends afterwards at the bar when they've got all the chips and all the money. Of course they're going to be your friend. Boogie, big slick. Let's see what Boogie does. Ace-king of spades. Now, Roman in the big blind with 6-5. Too much, too expensive. Just 7 bigs now for Roman behind. Getting close to the final 2 tables. All of these players guaranteed €2,344. This is just a 200 buy-in. Of course, 73k up top. That's the goal, that's the dream. Average stack now close to 5 million. And look at this, 19 players left. So we're on the final 2 table bubble. One more bust out and we pause the clock. This is Boogie, ace 10. Actually, the average is over 6 million. Boogie makes it 850k. Aryan in the cutoff with Jack 5. He folds. Kai Penzersinski folds, and then the two short stacks on the blinds. Roman gets out of the way. Richard, well, he's folding 9-6 a million times out of a million. Okay, so bit of action on the outer table. I think clock is paused. We're down to 2 tables, 18 players. So we're going to go on a break. We're going to redraw, have a brand new lineup for you. We're back in about 15 minutes. Do join us.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. Final two tables, 18 players left from a starting field of 2,419 entries. And we're down to just two tables, 9 players in each table. Some interesting characters on our feature table. Our chip leader is Arian Kashi from Denmark. We have Jan from earlier in the stream, who spun up a stack to 8.2 million, Maximiano Mendoza and Jakob both sitting on 20 bigs, Kai Penzersinski, Alexandra Metz, Mario we also featured earlier. Then we have 2 very short stacks. And again, these were seat 9 and seat 1 from the last stream. Richard Essex and Roman from the Czech Republic. It's David Avik just telling the dealer it's good to go. Shuffle up and deal. You can see C2 there is Jakob, 5.8 million. That's your chip leader, Arian Kashi. And to the left of your screen, that was Kai. That's Roman. And Jan on the very right. Richard exactly opposite the dealer with the white jacket and glasses. Richard playing just 2.4 million, which is 8 bigs. And you can see Maximiano Mendoza in seat 9, 5.9 million, just close to 20 big blinds. Blind level is the 150k, 300k. $15 or 20 minutes to go on this level. Well, exactly 17.5 minutes to go on this level. Now, Kai Penzersinski. He folds, and this is the chip leader. Real action player Arian, but he's not going to get involved with King 3. Richard snap folds and now action moves to Roman. This is Jan. Well, surprised Jan. Didn't pull the trigger there, Jan. Well, apologies. Jan is sitting on 8.2 million, not 2 million. So that makes more sense. Average stack 6.7 million. Kai posting big blind. This is Arian under the gun. So Roman has moved all in here for 2 million with the ace jack, but he's run into Jakob with the kings. King queen by Kai folded. Nothing Roman can do. Got to get his money in there. 2 million. Jakob with the monster pair. Pocket kings. Roman needs to hit an ace. This is incredible. Look at the equity for Roman, 41%. Now, please, some mathematician explain that to me. Well, there's a demonstration. And I don't think there's a king left in the deck. There's not a king left in the deck. $4.6 million pot will be awarded to Roman and Jakob. I mean, it's disheartening. It really is. You get your opponent all in, he's crushed. But that's tournament poker. Them's is the breaks. Roman didn't do anything wrong. Gotta move in there with ace jack. Richard's probably thinking to himself, this guy's crazy. But it's actually the opposite. Perfectly reasonable play. You gotta move in there. 2 million, which is less than 7 bigs. You're going to be posting that big blind and ante soon, so you're going to be forced all in blind. That's the scenario you want to avoid. 18 left. Jan is sitting on 8.2 million. Maximiano folds. And it's Jakob on the button here. 13 big blinds. After taking that pretty nasty hit. Kings versus ace jack. There's Richard posting big blind ante. He's super short. Roman got the double. It's up to about 15 bigs. Folds. And Mario gets out of the way. This is Maximiano. Suited ace, good enough to open in the low jack position. Makes it 850. Alexander Metz. folds the king queen, folded around to Kai on the button. Now action with Ariane, who folds the jack 8 in the small blind, and Richard moves in. Here we go. 2.1 million. Great situation actually, because Maximiano is going to get a count and he's going to be committed to call here. Maximiano Mendoza, and Richard in good shape. Here's the call, as expected. On their backs, pocket eights. Richard gets his money in good. Needs to avoid an ace. All the aces are out there. Now, diamond on the board, and the 6 connects with Maximiano's hand, so he has a trip draw. Two pair draw, 9 on the river. The pocket eights hold. Richard gets his double, 4.6 million. Viewers just tuning in, you're wondering what you're watching. This is the German Poker Days. It's the main event of a festival running in Kings Resort. Now, this is not extraordinary. This happens every week here in the resort. This particular main event was a €200 buy-in, 300,000 guaranteed, and the prize pool actually swelled to 400k. Now, Mario, how often have we seen the Kings cracked? Well, we've seen it happen 3 times today. Mario makes it 1.3 million. Pretty sizable raise. Not sure of the thinking there. I think you want to be getting action. Well, he's going to get action. Roman's going to go with this ace queen, surely. Roman. Well, he knows Mario from playing with him, but he moves in. And why is Mario thinking about this? Well, I do not know. But of course he's going to call. He's never folding kings pre. And you can see Roman's a bit taken back that there was a little bit of a tank. Well, I guess he's perfectly entitled to think about it, but he's never folding kings. And 2 hearts on the board. Mario with the king of hearts. Now, can he connect with an ace? Well, just gives him 1 out. Ace of hearts, no good. Ace of clubs is folded. Ace of spades, the only card that can help him. Doesn't happen. Mario shakes his head. Roman down to just 4 bigs. Mario up close to 7 million. Mandrulia in the chat, just expressing their wish for the local casino to run events like this here in Kings Resort. Well, it just didn't happen overnight, and it's not something one can just wave a wand or click a finger and it happens. Events are produced over painstaking hard work and experience. Kings produce these week in, week out now, but there's been years of hard labour and toil. But it has established itself as the main player of live poker in Europe by far. There's no comparison. There's nowhere that really comes close to it. It's one of the top venues in the world. Prize proofs are extraordinary. Now Alexandra Metz with the big slick makes it 750. And Roman with big slick. He gets his money in. I'm going to see a chop pot here. Most of the time. Alexander, very slight favourite because he has the clubs covered. Oh, running diamonds. Well, now, interesting. Diamond would be a pretty sick way to exit. And it happens. Unlucky for Roman. Eliminated in 18th. Ace-King versus Ace-King, and Alexandra Metz hits a flush. 2 diamonds on the flop, running diamonds. Give him the nut flush, busting out Roman in 18th. Roman will receive 2,344, and all these players left in the event will receive 2,700 minimum. That's the minimum they receive. This is the chip count for the players remaining. Graphic here shows what the situation is. Maximiano folds. Alexander dumps his cards, but Jakob will be moving all in, I expect. Lines 150, 300,000. Just moments left in this line level. $15 bigs for Jakob. He makes it 850 with the ace-jack. Richard snap folds the king-jack. Jan gets out of the way, and Mario's going to be folding here also. King 7. Max E. Miano getting a walk. Under the gun, Jakob. Suited ace, but I think it's too early position. Given the depth of his stack, just too precarious situation. He folds. Kai folds. Arian, haven't seen much of him, hasn't really picked anything up. Richard, well, he should be shoving here. 4.5 million. $15 bigs. Makes it 600k. The min raise. Blinds due to increase in a moment or two. This is Alexander Metz in the big blind with the 9-7 of clubs. Puts in the additional 300,000. He's going to see a flop. 9-7 of clubs versus the ace 10. Both miss. Alexander checks and a snap check back from Richard. And just like that, he's going to lose the pot. Instead of gaining 2.5 bigs, he loses 2 bigs. He's just going to fold here. So that's a 4.5 big blind swing. Alexander Metz connects with the turn. And that brings Alexander up to 2, 4, 6, 7 million. Now, Kai Penzersinski. He folds, average stack 7.1. This is Arian. 17 players left. Arian with ace 10, he opens. So Alexander set mining here. Pocket threes, small blind position. 2.1 million in the pot. Good shot for Arian. Three's actually in the lead, but look at the equity, exactly 50-50, but now Arian connects. Check, bet, fold, order a play. I think Alexander Metz has folded already. So blinds are up. It's 200, 400, 400 big blind ante. And you can see by Kai's expression, it's starting to hurt. These blinds are huge. Just after 3 a.m. And we certainly have another couple hours here. I'm guessing another 3 hours of play. But who knows? Blinds 200,000, 400,000. There's 120 million in play. Maximiano moving in here with eights. Jakob, small blind, ace jack. Interesting spot. I think ace queen he goes with. I think ace jack is close, but I think he will fold. Well, he goes for it. Ace jack. Jakob pulls the trigger. So we're going to see a straight flip. Well, Maximiano won't be too disappointed to see what he's up against. Really wasn't looking for action with pocket eights. But he got Jakob to move all in. So pocket pair versus 2 overs. Jakob hits. Maximiano. Disappointed, does have the backdoors. Well, backdoor straight is a possibility. Of course, the set is good. Club's no good. Jakob has the clubs covered. 3 on the river, it's over for the American. Maximiano Mendoza is busted out in 17th place. And that leaves us with 16 players. Jakob up to about 8 million. Seven players on our feature table. We lost Roman earlier, and now Maximiano Mendoza busting out. Richard under the gun with the 10 deuce. 16 remain. That means one of the players from the outer table will be moved at the end of this hand. Unless, of course, someone busts out on the outer table in this hand. This is Jakob. On the button here with the ace-4. Makes it 1 million. Kai Penzersinski with the queen 10 suited. And now Ariane. So action here between Arian and Jakob. Richard gets out of the way. Jakob in the cutoff here. Facing a min click, it looks like, back. Jakob opened on the cutoff to 1 million, and now Arian Kashi makes it 2 million. Of course, Jakob going nowhere. These two guys have plenty of blinds. The pot size already 4.8 million. Ace 10, good shot for Jakob. Arian flops. Top pair, and he just moves in the hand. Jakob folds. Brings Arian up to 12 million. 15 remain. So it looks like there was a bust out on the outer table, which means there's 8 on the outer table and 7 on this feature table. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. This is the German Poker Days main event. 300k was the guarantee, 400,000 is actually created in the prize pool with 73,000 first place payout. All of these guys have locked up 3k for themselves. First place is 73,000. Quite outstanding when you consider the buy-in was under €200. Jakob here with the Queen 10 suited. He folds. Kai Penzersinski in the cutoff with 8-4 offsuit. He folds. Now Arian 9-3 off on the button. Richard Essex, small blind. Just 7 bigs. He's got a shove here. Well, he does raise, fairness to Richard. Takes down the pot, gets a stack up to 3.9 million. Jan hasn't played a hand yet. He's down to 6.7 average. Well, it must be 8 million. $15 remain. Very tense. Going to be playing this event until it concludes tonight. Under the gun is Alexander Metz. Well, average is bang on 8 million. Jakob with 8.5 million behind. Kai, well, I mean, he hasn't played a hand, but he sees an ace, moves in. Of course he does. And he gets the bigger ace to fold, and that's the power of the all-in shove. Approximately 9 big blind shove by Kai with the ace deuce, and gets the job done. He earns an extra million. That's what's out there pre-flop. 400k big blind ante, and then the blinds proper 200k and 400k, which is equivalent to 1 million total. Given that the average is just 8 million, it's a huge incentive for players to go after the blinds and antes. So 700 here on our feature table. 15 remain, 8 on the outer table. Kai Penzer Sinski will be folding here the 10-3, I expect. And action moves on to our chip leader is Arian Kashi, who not afraid to get involved. 800 is the min raise, but he just limps with the king jack, it looks like. Puts in 400k. Pocket nines from Mario. Alexander Metz also in this hand. Got priced in the big blind. And it's gone Czech all round. Not sure what Alexander is holding. 3 on the turn. Well, I mean, Mario won't be liking the ace of the 10, but he's going to come out betting now. Did expect him to 3-bet pre, but decided to just flat. Alexander Metz looks interested here. He's the player who defended his big blind. Got a super price. You wouldn't expect many aces to be in his holdings. Does fold. Arian with the good shot. Lets it go. Mario takes down a hand, gets a stack up to 6.5 million. And you can see the field size. Once again has down-clicked. 14 remain. 7 on our feature table, 7 on our outer table. Average stack about 8.7 million. $122 million chips in play. One of these players will need to accumulate every single one of them before they're awarded that 73,000 first place. Payout, this is Kai Penzersinski. Moves in. Ace Queen, all in, under the gun, 4.5 million. 11 big blind shove. And not getting any action. He won't mind, there's plenty out there. There's 1 million to be collected in profit, which will bring him to 5.5 million. About halfway through this 200,000, 400,000 level. That's the state of play. Richard with 9 big blinds. Ariane up top at 11 million. Big gap before we get to Jakob and Mario. That's Kai posting big blind. That's the chip leader folding under the gun. This is the short stack, Richard. Jan hasn't been involved. Mario. Pocket threes. It's a pretty tight fold from Jakob with the king queen. Kai says it's okay, not interested. Mario takes down the pot, he'll be happy with that. Gets a stack to 7.5 million. Average is 8.7. Mario with big slick 1.2 million 3x size. Pre-flop raise from Mario. Arian. The big stack. Well, he's going to come along. See what he can flop here. Set obviously the ideal. Well, flush draw would work for Arian to continue. I expect him to check call one street at least. But perhaps Mario checks back if Arian checks first to speak. That's exactly how it's going. Check, check. Well, it's not. I'm really not sure what's going on here. Mario has fired, and it looks like Arian has folded. Now, Mario, once again, with a premium hand, jacks here, and he makes it 1.2 million, folded around to Jakob. Jakob folds, but Kai is interested. Has an ace, but decides to let it go. Richard has an ace of his own. Ace deuce, big blind. Doesn't look too impressed. Just 3.1 million behind. Kai pulls the trigger with the King Jack as expected, and looks like he's getting a snap fold all the way around. Kai gets himself up to 5.5 million. Blind level is still 200k, 400k. $14 remain. Well, Jan moves in the small blind. He's going to get snapped here. Mario. Well, this is a bit of a slow roll. Mario with queens. Jan thinks he might get this through. There's no chance. And Jan goes, what the heck? What was all that about? Of course you're calling with the queens. Mario with the queens, but look at this. Jan does have life. 6 ball. Give him a straight. King no good. 6 and 6 only. 4 outs. Can it happen? First hand Jan has played. Doesn't happen for him. Mario up to 16 million. 40 bigs. And that means all of these players are guaranteed 3.5k. Jakob. He folds 9.3 million average stack with 13 left. Arian makes it 900k in the hijack, and it's folded all the way around to Jakob with the goods. Now, if Jakob can price this right, Arian will stick about, because we know how stubborn Aaron gets. But Jakob needs to be super sensible with his 3-bet sizing. Arian, well, he's super sticky, so there's a strong chance he could call this. Oh, it's too big, I think. It's just too big. I think actually it wasn't that big at all. It's just min raise from Marion to 800k, and then Jakob made it 2 million, which was pretty attractive sizing. So Arian just lost interest instantly. He folds to that sizing. I mean, that's pretty close to the min. Now Richard, queens, moves in. 2.9 million. Mario ain't going to be calling with Jack 8. 16 million stack for Mario. Alexander Metz with a suited ace on the button. He wants to get a count. Alexander is short. The average stack is Well, it's about 9 million. Alexander is seriously thinking about this. He's thinking, right, Richard is in desperate shape. Just 7 bigs. But Alexander Metz doesn't have the stack. Can't afford to call here and lose. It's going to leave him in pretty dire shape. Jakob folds and Kai Penzersinski will be folding also. 8 deuce. What can he do? Richard takes on the pot. Gets his stack close to 10 bigs. Six-handed on this feature table. 7 on the outer table. 13 players still in the mix. We're going to play till 9. Pause the clock, do a complete final table redraw. And we're going to play it out tonight. That's correct. Just gone 3:30 a.m. but we're going to stick with this to the bitter end. Player you see in your screen there is Richard under the gun. Queen 80 snap folds, and now the chip leader Mario folds. This is Alexander Metz in the cutoff folds. Jakob on the button here, Jack 7. No interest now. I think Kai would be shoving here. 9-7. This is close to a shove. It's going to be live. Lets it go. I think Garian probably calls him. Alexander Metz with King Queen makes it 900k. Jakob, suited ace. Gotta be raising here. Jakob smart enough to realise that. Big blind 400k. 1 million is the raise. 1.1 in fact, and look at this. Kai Penzersinski. Exactly what he wanted. The Rockets. Doesn't mess about. 3-bet shoves all in. Arian folds. Richard doesn't find a hand, and Mario will be folding the Jack 4. Jakob not going to be calling. I don't expect him to be continuing. Now Kai gets his stack up to 6.6. Hard-working Kai. Certainly one to watch if he gets a stack. He would be my choice. But a lot of poker to be played. Still 13 players. Small blind is Mario with all the chips. Big blind is Alexander Metz. Under the gun is Jakob. Jakob doesn't realise action is on him. Quickly folds, and now Kai Penzersinski looks down at the king 5 off. He folds. This is the former chip leader on the table, Arian. He folds. Richard is the short stack. Mario in the small blind, queen 3. And applying pressure to Metz. I'm loving this. You got to be using that big stack. Takes down the pot. Gets himself up to 16.5 million. Button moves. Dealer collects the antes, and you can see immediately cards are pitched. First to speak, Kai. King 7, just too weak. It's going to be folded. Well, Arian opened with ace 8. Richard looked down at ace 9 and snap folded. Now Mario on the button position with the king queen. He just flicks in the 1 million to call. Alexander in the small blind folds. Jakob, well, 10 deuce offsuit. It's just too weak. Getting 5 to 1 in his money. But I think Jakob's just going to let this go. Arian in the lead with ace 8. Flops, trips, quickly checks. Leaves the door open to Mario, but Mario checks back. 4 on the turn. Another check from Arian. Trying to induce action from Mario. Mario too cute for that. Doesn't fall for it. He checks back. And Mario avoids paint on the river. Arian not getting the action he was looking for. Well, it would have been huge if Richard had stuck about. 1.3 million. Mario thinking king high could be good here. But decides it's not much he's beating. Even some of Arian's bluffs are ahead of him. Now, again, Arian picks up a hand. Pocket nines. Big blind, still 400k. We're coming to the end of this 200k, 400k level. 1 million open from Arian. Fold it right around to Jakob. Jakob in the small blind with a7. He makes the call, and Kai getting big odds here, but he's going to be folding the Jack 3 offsuit. Both players completely missed this. Goes check, check. 3 of hearts on the turn, doesn't make any difference. Arian still in the lead with the 9s. But first to speak is Jakob. Could he steal this? I'm not sure, to be honest. Arian back up to 12 million. Now Mario, big slick. Blinds are up now, 250, 500k, so he makes it, well, 3.3. I mean, this is close to 7 times the big blind. 3.3 million, and this is the problem, you see. Jakob, ace jack here, he's just going to lay it down. It's all his stack if he wants to 3-bet. Half a stack if he just wants to flat call. More than half. I mean, it's just a huge sizing. Mario, I mean, if he goes small here, could induce Jakob. But this massive sizing, it just screams of ace king to me. Maybe 7s, 8s, 9s. More likely ace king. Ace jack goes in the bin and Kai will be folding also. Action on Arian. Mario takes down the pot. Not really interested in looking for action there with the ace king. He was just happy to take the blinds and antes, which are huge. It's 1.25 million out there pre. 250,000 for the small blind, and then the big blind ante, both equivalent to 500,000. 1.25 in total. Now, Richard, 6s versus ace jack, all in, on their backs, straight race. The pair versus 2 overs. And you can see the field size top left, it's down click to 12, meaning there's 6 on each table. And it could be 11 after this hand. Richard all in for his life, but He's the one with the made hand. Mario needs to hit. Well, that's a great flop. For Richard, it kills two of Mario's outs. Ace of clubs, jack of clubs, no good now. Richard flops the flush draw. 4 outs for Mario to eliminate Richard. Richard all in. And he holds. Richard gets the double. Problem Richard has, he lets his stack get blinded down so low that when he does get it in, and he doubles, I mean the double is just not significant enough for him to be in a stable position. He's still short stacked. 5.5 million, 11 big blinds, which is probably about half the average. This is real interesting. You can see this, like 4 players sitting around the 10 bigs. Then you have Arian on 22 bigs, and then Mario, who took a hit there, but he's still a big stack with 27 bigs. You can see how shallow this is. 90 bigs on the table, 90 big blinds between 6 players. $12 left, average is 10 million. Now, this is Arian, 11 million stack. He makes it 1.2 million with the blind at 250, 500k. And again, queens are out. This time Mario looks down at the queens. Once again, Mario on the button here, pocket queens. We'd expect a 3-bet. So, incoming 3-bet from Mario here. 3.9 million. And Arian will show the ace. Let the hand go. Graphic top left shows 11 remain from 2,419 entries. All of these 11 guys have locked up €3,800. That's the chip leader on this table. It's Mario. Jakob, ace queen suited. Looks at the clock. New level, 500k is the big blind. In the big blind is Kai Penzersinski. Jakob. Well, this is close to 2 million. 2.3, it's absolutely huge. Kai says you can have it. Kai with just 9 bigs behind. Average stack 11 million, which is 22 bigs. Kai Penzersinski in the small blind. He could be shoving here. King 7. 9 big blinds. Button is moving around at a rapid pace. Already in the pot 1.3 million. Kai Penzersinski. I think he shoves here. King 7. And he says, yes, I am shoving to the dealer. And oh boy, Arian folds an ace. How did he get him to fold? And you can see Kai is surprised. That's the power of the all-in shove. I'm surprised Arian folded a hand that strong. Now, this is Mario, 15 million, chip leader on the table. Under the gun, not interested. With the 10 deuce and Alexander Metz in the hijack with the 9-6. Kai with an ace on the button, could be shoving here as well. 11 big blinds. I think he does. Looks at the situation. Just the 2 players to get through. Arian, and now he's seen Arian fold an ace in the big blind to a shove. So he's got to be shoving here. He really does. Well, don't like that fold. Given the information Arian gave him in the last hand. And look, Richard in the big blind, who's been folding ace king pre. So, I mean, that's a shove for sure. But I'm going to see a flop. Richard makes a pair. Arian with the good shot. And the Jack 6 will scoop the pot. Arian goes, yeah, I believe you. You take it. It's interesting stuff. This is Alexander Metz. He's been quiet, 6.6 million. I mean, basically, everyone apart from Mario is short stacked. Kai, very short, should have shoved there in the button with the ace 3. Given the information he has, situation he's in, definite shove for me. But anyway, let's move on. This is Mario getting a walk. This table playing just a little bit too tight. But of course, we're close to the final table bubble. 11 left. 9 make the final table. There's big money at stake. Remember, this was just a low-level buy-in, like €200. Top 4 receive the World Series of Poker main event seats. That's a 10,350 buy-in. Now aces once again. Arian. Let's see how he plays these. Arian with 8.4 million. I mean, there's no one on this table with average stack apart from Mario. Arian opens. Well, it looks like he's limped. Okay. No, he made a 1.4 million. And it looks like he's not going to get any action. Alexander Metz folds. Kai with a pair under the gun, and he decides not to shove. He's going to let the button go through him, it looks like. Richard, 5.5 million. And now Mario on the button. In control. I'd be raising every hand if I'm Mario. Alexander Metz, ace jack. Yeah. Well, you expect a 3-bet shove here, wouldn't you? Six players on our feature table, 5 on the outer table. There's a 3-bet shove. And it's going to be folded around. And then Mario with a decision, which is not that straightforward. He wants to preserve his chip lead. $3.9 million, which is about 8 bigs, and in fairness to Mario, he understands the situation, he reads it for what it is, makes the call, and we're going to see chalk pot here. That's the scoreboard. Mario, chip leader, 30 big blinds. And then we have like 4 players on 12 bigs and below. All below average. Arian, just about average stack, playing 20 big blinds. 250, 500k. Just a couple of players from the final table. So close. 73k up top. Now, Mario, again, with a premium hand. Jacks this time in the cutoff. Makes it 1.7 million, which is pretty big sizing. 3.5x. Kai, suited king, interesting spot. Does the calculation, it's close this. Kai Penzersinski makes a fold. Mario shows his jacks. So this is Richard, who's posting big blind. This is Mario. The big stack on the table. King 6, 17 million. Average is 11 million. 11 remain. Close to that final table of 9. That's when we do a total redraw. This is Jakob with the Queen 10. What you're watching here is the German Poker Days main event. €200 buy-in. 300k guaranteed. Prize pool was bloated to 400k. First place is €73,000. Now, pair for Arian. Good shot for Richard. Richard folds queen high. Arian takes down the pot, gets a stack up to 11 million. Richard down to 4 million, which is 8 big blinds. Pair and an open ender versus top pair and a straight flush draw. Well, that's the straight for Richard. He moves in. He's going to get called. I think Arian goes with this. All in the call. Heart needed for Arian, or a jack would work also for a chop. Richard gets the double. Arian feels he had to go there. All the money could have went in. The flop went in on the turn. And Richard back in business. Now look at these blinds. Kai and Jakob with 8 bigs. Alexander 12 bigs. Arian now down to 3rd place. Richard close to average stack, up to 9.4 million. And then of course we have Mario with the big stack, but apart from Mario, everyone at the table sub 20 big blind stack. We're in the 250, 500k level, just about 10 minutes left in this blind level before we move to 300,000, 600,000. Jakob with an ace moves all in. Hold it right around. Mario, pocket fives. Wants a count, interesting spot. I mean, if he calls here. I don't think he will. If he's closing the action, I think he might call. But given that there's still a player in the blinds, we have Alexander Metz still in the hand, so can't see Mario calling, to be honest. I think he calls in the big blind position, closing the action. 4 million, I think he lets this one go. $4 million. Looks at the clock. It's about 27%, 28% of a stack. That's a problem, but the other problem, additional one he has, is this gentleman, Alexander Metz, still to play. So I think given all these factors, I think Mario, who's in the lead here with fives, I mean, he's 2-1 favourite against the ace 3. He folds as expected. Now the Jack 6 goes into the bin. Jakob showing the power of the all-in and rip there. Takes down the pot. Button smooth. Now, ace 10. Kai is all in here for sure. Under the gun, 4.3 million, all in, rip. Just the blinds to get through. Small blind not interested. Jakob in the big blind folds also. And Kai gets his stack back up to 11 big blinds. Now, Richard with pocket nines under the gun. 9.4 million. Makes it 1.2 million. Folded around. Alexander Metz with ace 9. Alexander down to 4.9 million. Under 10 bigs. Looks down at ace 9. Now, I think Richard's raise here will get a bit of respect. Well, Alexander Metz seriously considering this ace 9. He's looking around at the stack sizes. Kai and himself are the two shortest stacks on the table. Does get away, folds the ace 9. Jakob. Well, Jakob down to 4.2. He's actually the shortest on the table. Kai Penzersinski with the queen 7 folds. Looks like there's loads of action out there on the outer table. We are 6-handed on the feature table, 5 on the outer table. Okay, I didn't see this. Arian. Has defended. Checked every street, Arian. Richard checking back for deception. Flopped tops. Well, he flopped a set and then turned the boat. Check back turn also. Hoping that Arian would fire at some stage. He never did. Kai folds the button. Arian with 8-3 suited. And Richard with the same hand checks back. Richard, 10 million behind. He's turned things around. And Arian with just 5 million behind. Flush draw for Arian. Richard has none of this, he says to the dealer. Check, and now he hits a pair, but it's bottom pair. 500 bet is called. It's gone check, check. Going to see a chop pot. Arian had a free roll to the hearts but failed to connect in the river. Pot is chopped. Still 11 players. You're watching the German Poker Days main event. 200 buy-in. 400,000 euro in the prize pool. Winner of this event will receive 73,000. It's late here in Kings. It's after 4 a.m. but we're going to be sticking with this right to the end. One of these players awarded that 73,000. All these players, they've locked up 3,800. Close to 20 times their original stake, which was 199. Jakob with an ace, shoves. Kai folds. Arian's going to be folding on the button, just the blinds to get through, but Richard has to call here. Compulsory call. Asking for a chip count. Richard does a chip count of his own. It makes no difference. He's got to be putting his money in here. Does put his money in with ace queen. Big blind folds Mario 7-3, and Jakob sees that he's in real bad shape. Ace 4 versus ace queen. And you can see Jakob understanding the seriousness of the situation. Gets on his jacket. Well, He hits a 4. He goes into the lead. Sits back down. 10 now. That gives a straight draw for Richard. So Jack or Queen would work for Richard. 5 on the river. Jakob doubles through Richard. Jakob up to 9.5. He apologises, but what can you do? Both players did nothing wrong. Jakob shoved with an ace. Sub 10 bigs. Richard looked down at ace queen. He knew he had to call. Made the call. Jakob got lucky. Kai Penzersinski 9-6 hijack. He folds 11 big blind stack. In fact, he's sub 10 bigs. Blinds 300k, 600k. This is Richard. Down to 11.5 big blinds. Raises 1.2. Well, Mario just flats in the small blind with ace jack of clubs. And then Alexander Metz moves all in with his ace jack. This is interesting. Richard, king 10. He folds. Mario's going to call. He announces call on their backs. Ace jack versus ace jack. Mario with the clubs. Club on the turn. Mario with the flush draw. Doesn't hit. It's chop pot. And the field size 10 players. So one of the players in the feature table will be moved. And that's your TD. Just establishing who the next big blind is. And Jakob is the chosen one. You must leave the feature table and go to the outer table, and the reason is that you need 2 tables of 5 and 5 instead of a 6-handed and 4-handed outer table. So the next big blind moved off the table. That leaves us with 5 players. On our feature table, average stack is 12 million. And with big blind at 600k, that's average stack 20 bigs. I mean, it's just really shallow now at this stage. But I mean, no one wants to go broke. Alexander moves in, 10-9 in the small blind position. Kai Penzersinski. King 4, he's super short, just 4.4 million behind. Well, he folds, leaves himself with 7 bigs. Alexander, King Jack suited. He's asking to see what kind of stacks he's up against. I think he shoves here again. Well, Kai can't get his money in quick enough. He's going to have to fold this one. It's too much action ahead of him. There's an all-in ahead of him, so he's not going to call with the Queen Jack. But he certainly would have shoved had it been folded around to him. And look at Arian, 4.8 million. These guys, Kai and Arian, super short. We're 10-handed on the final table bubble of the German Poker Days main event. All of these players, of course, locked up 3,836 for themselves. You can see the average stack, 12 million. So 20 bigs in the average stack. Alexander Metz sitting on 7.9 million. Starting to show real ambition. Alexander. Kai on the button. Well, it's awful. 6-3 off. Arian. Well, this is interesting. He's limping. It's a 7-5, but Richard applies pressure. Takes the pot down with the King 9. Richard on 10 bigs. And Arian down to 7 big blinds. Himself and Kai are the 2 short stacks. I mean, they're super short. $13 big blind stack for Alexander. And now we're going to see a shove. 4.1 million, sub 7 bigs. Pocket 4s all in for Kai. And it's folded right around to Richard, who looks interested in the small blind with King 10, but I don't think he's going to go with this. Mario asking for an exact count, which is always smart. But Mario decides straight away, Queen 5. He's not going to go with it. Now, 9-10 suited for Alexander Metz. Well, it looks like he's limped and he's going to be faced with an all-in from Kai. Kai takes it down, gets his stack up over 10 bigs. I mean, it really is shallow. Mario still the chip leader. First to speak, Richard. 10 bigs, pocket nines. I think he just shoves out in. Makes it 2 million. Now, pocket sevens. 12.5 big blind stack for Alexander Metz. Makes it 1.5 million. Kai Pendersinski with an ace, but he folds now. Arian folds. Ace 6 for Richard. He folds. Mario in the big blind. Jack 10. Six, 6, 8 flop. Mario has missed. Alexander still in the lead, and he moves in. 2 pair. It's going to be good here, quite a lot. And Mario does fold. So look at this. 10 million now stacked for Alexander Metz. Mario down to 12 million. Not many chips on this table. Kai Pendersinski under the gun, sub 10 bigs, folds to 10-7. And now look at this stack size here for Ariane. Just 2.7. 4.5 bigs. Fold it right around. Alexander, well, this is actually quite close. It's just 2.1 million. It's 3.5 big blinds to call. Very close. Ariane Kashi from Denmark had all the chips at one stage. Still here, still fighting, 10-handed. Well, 500 on this table, 500 on the outer table. 10 players left in the mix. Final table bubble. Can't see this bubble lasting long given the stack depths of these players, the volume of blinds in play. This is the 300, 600k level. I'm actually looking at a stack that's average or above, and there's none. Every one of these stacks are below average. So all the chips on the outer table. What's happening out there, I do not know. But there's no chips on this feature table. Arian down to 3 million. 5 bigs. Arian shows Jack 10 suited as expected. Takes down the big blind ante. So this blind level 300,000, 600,000. About a half an hour left in this level. Big slick. Alexander Metz knows what to do. 10 million goes all in. Kai in the cutoff will be folding. Arian folds. Richard in the small blind snap folds, but Mario makes the call. This is huge. Pocket nines versus ace king. Massive pot. Both of these guys with pretty much the same stacks. $21 million pot, the biggest pot we've seen. And ace on the flop. Mario in big trouble. He's just got 2 outs, Mario. 5 on the turn. Mario needs to hit a 9. What am I saying? I'm right, yeah. Mario is down to 325k. That is absolutely incredible, given that he had 16 million. Dealer's going to have to do the count here because it's pretty close. Mario sub one big 325k. It's about a half a blind. Blind level is 300k, 600k. Alexander Metz now sitting on 21 million. Richard short, Kai short, Arian short, and Mario super short stacked. He's going to be forced in. He's going to be all in blind here. Mario. Now, Kai, under the gun, he's going to move all in with ace queen. Okay, interesting. Mario with 6-2 of clubs. Kai makes it 1.5 million. Richard calls. And Mario all in, of course. He just half a blind. He was all in blind. So Kai with the ace queen. Richard with the ace nine. Mario is live. The six is live. Deuce is live. And clubs, of course. Seven, five, jack. I mean, no one's hit a pair. Kai checks. Richard checks back. 7 on the turn. Mario. Well, he's going bust here, Mario. Unless he can hit a 6 or a deuce. And he does. He hits the deuce. Gives him an okay pot. Well, I'm just trying to calculate it. With 4 times his 3, 1.2 million. We get that 6, he'll get about 1.8 million, I think. And then the side pot will be awarded to the ace queen, which belongs to Kai. So he actually makes profit. Mario has a smile because he's back in business, 1.6 million. Well, we've got a fold from Mario. Mario sitting on 3 bigs. Now, big moment here. Richard Essex all in 3.5 million with the ace 10. Mario, ace 9, surely he puts the money in here. 3 bigs, of course he does. Richard in good shape, ace 10. And he has Mario covered. Mario not liking it, ace 9 offsuit. And Mario hits the 9. This is an incredible comeback. He had 300k moments ago, and now he's on course for a 5.3 million pot. He wins. That leaves Richard Essex with just 2.5 bigs. And you can see Mario go, I don't know what's going on here. It's the German Poker Days. It's the final day. It's the main event. And we're down to just 10 players. Final table bubble. One more bust out. And then we're down to 9 players. Total redraw. And we come straight back. We'll have a short break, of course. Come straight back then for final table action. Mario, will he be there? Well, looks like he will now. Alexander Metz doing the cutoff, he folds. This is Kai Penzersinski folding. Arian, big slick. Richard forced in. Richard's committed. He has to call blind. 9-5 suited. And look, he's live. He's suited. Hearts are live. 9 is alive. 5 is alive. It's been a crazy table this. 10-10-6. No help for Richard. He's on the ropes unless he can hit a 9 or 5. No heart on the board. 3 on the turn. Last chance saloon for Richard from Essex. Needs a 9 or a 5. Doesn't happen. Ace high wins. And we've reached the final table. And you can hear the applause. Big moment for all these players. They're all guaranteed 4.5k. Unfortunately, we lose Richard, who comes across as a total gent. We're going to take a quick break. Back in about 20 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Final table. Arian all in with the Jack 10. And Kai folds, leaves himself with just about 9 big blinds. Blind level still 300,000, 600,000. It's going to be pretty action packed, this table, given the volume of big blinds on the table. All these guys have locked up €4,600. Now, Alexander Metz, ace-8, but Jakob, who was at work on the outer table, he was moved from the feature table, looks down at ace-queen. Puts in the 1.5 million. Arian in the cutoff, 10-5, he folds. And now Mario. What a roller coaster ride for Mario. He's here though. Final table. Kai also here, but super short. That's the chip leader. Folding in the blind, so ace-8 suited for Alexander Metz. Ace-queen for Jakob, who hits top pair, top kicker. There's the continuation bet, of course. Jakob with the goods here. 1.6 million. He has position on Alexander, so just a smooth call here. Keep all Alexander's bluffs in there. 5 on the turn. Now Alexander shuts down Jakob with the 100% check mark. Alexander Metz folds. This is Jakob. 24 million now for Jakob. Ace-9. He has doubled the average. Folds the ace-9, surprise there. Benjamin with the king-9 suited. This is Arian in the hijack. He's going to be folding. Mario cut off. Just 5 million. Not interested. Kai on the button. Folded around to him. No interest either. I mean, it is playing a little tight, this. Legolas 69. Jack 10 suited. And it's Marcus in the big blind. Marcus sitting on 10 million, about 9.4 million behind, but he's picked up the queens here. Now, how does he maximize? Does he try and get all the money over the line? Or just flat? Going for the 3-bet. It's 4 million. 4.6 million total. 3 million for Legolas to continue. Jack 10 suited. It's close, but out of position. I think Legolas just lets this one go. Well, he wants to stay. See a flop. Well, Jack or 10 high would be problematic. 3, 4, 8. Backdoors for Lego, but Marcus is just going to continue. Put the lot in. Legolas folds, and look at that, Marcus up to 15 million. Huge pot. This is the German Poker Days main event, and we're going to stay until the end, close to 5:30 a.m, but nobody going anywhere until we have a winner. That 73,000 is awarded to one of these 9 players. Who it will be, I do not know. But I'll tell you one thing, I know for a fact it won't be Richard from Essex. No doubt in the bubble, Richard. Arian. 12 bigs. Pocket pair. I go with this. Makes it 1.5 million. Kai super short. Legolas pocket fives. Puts in the 1.5 million. And Marcus with ace 10. Fives versus fours versus ace 10. King 10, 8, all hearts. Legolas has the flush draw. Marcus in the lead. Arian. Well, can't see an escape for Arian. Well, last to act, it's checked to him, so Legolas fires. Dealer looks around at the clock, sees that the blinds are up. Loads of action still in the resort. Several cash games. And you can hear the gaming area full of life still at 5:30 a.m. But this is German Poker Days weekend. Always brings a massive crowd. Great atmosphere, great buzz. Jakob under the gun here with the King 8 suited. Now Kai, suited connectors in the hijack position. Good enough to move all in. 6-5 suited Kai Penzersinski. All in, small blind folds, big blind. Well, I think Alexander calls here. Asks for a count, shows his interest. Six big blinds. So just 5 bigs to call. Obviously, Kai not looking for any action with 6 high. 2 million out there. Blinds 400k, 800k. Alexander Metz. King Jackie is suited. I think he calls here. You can see by Kai's demeanour, not looking for action, of course, and he winces when he gets the call. He is live, so he has a fair chunk of equity here. Diamonds. 6 is live, 5 is live. That's in the hand. No diamond on board. It's over. Running 7-8 was the only escape. Pair in the end, no good. Trips for Alexander. Kai eliminated in 9th place for 4,595. That leaves us with 8 players. So, these players have all guaranteed themselves 6k. $30 times their initial buy-in. Benjamin with the Queen Jack. Under the gun, 24 million. It's Mario. That's Legolas. 69. Ace 7 of spades. So Alexander Metz just trying to establish what kind of chip stack Legolas 69 has. Both are sitting on the same stack size. Alexander Metz here with a bigger ace. He is out of position. Makes the call here with ace 10. Jakob in the big blind folds. So we're going to go to a flop. Alexander Metz first to speak with the ace 10. Legolas 69 with ace 7 of spades. Both miss. Well, Legolas favourite. He's going to win this pot. Well, he could have won it there, but he checked back. Deuce on the turn doesn't change a thing. Now Alexander Metz might feel his ace 10 is good, but he checks again. He's happy to get to showdown. Legolas checks back. We're going to go to the river. And that is a split pot. Deuces with ace, king, queen. Players just moving around a little, making space. We're 8-handed here at the final table of the German Poker Days main event. Now, Arian. Under the gun. King, queen of diamonds. Well, Jakob in the small blind with ace 10. Big decision. Jakob does have the problem of Benjamin next to him. And that's one of the reasons he folded. But look at this, Benjamin with the same hand. So I think Benjamin makes the call. He's closing the action. Ace 10. Benjamin asks for an exact count. Dealer obliges. He's entitled to know what the bet is. Of course he is. And I think he's going to make the call here with ace 10. Well, Arian gets both big stacks in the blinds to fold ace 10 after he shoved under the gun with the king queen suited. Arian Kashi from Denmark. Chip leader at one stage, of course. Blinds are 400,000, 800,000. 8-handed here. Mario folds. This is Lego with the Jack 10. Glumanda folds. Alexander Metz. Ace 6 in the cutoff. Alexander takes it down, a6. Gets a stack up to 24 million, which is good for the chip lead. Massive pot with Mario, that last feature table. Benjamin on the button here with the king 9, but he looks, the two players acting after him, Ariane and Mario, both short stacked. Moves in, takes down the pot. Now, Ariane on the button here with the Cowboys. 6.1 million. Moves the lot in. And Mario, who's like super short. I wouldn't blame Mario if he went with this, and he does go with it. King Jack. And look at this. Lego lass. King Queen. Two short stacks. Move in. So he's going to get a count from the bigger stack, which is Ariane. So he's gonna call here. What a great spot for Ariane. Kings versus King Queen versus King Jack. There's no kings left. Jack no good for Mario. Lego. Queen no good. He needs trips. Some kind of funky straight. They're all blocking each other. I think Lego makes the call here. He does call. I think it's reasonable. And he's run into it. Arian here with the kings. He's all in for 6.1 million. He can double through Lego and also scoop up the 3.4 million from Mario stack. 16 million in the pot. Mario, well, he's just on for about 10 million of this. He's the shorter stack, but he's in real bad shape. Hard to see him find a way to win this. Kings versus King Jack versus King Queen. Deuce 6-5. Well, it could run out for a chop. That's one way of getting money back, but that is such a long shot. Just 1% equity. 7 on the turn. It's over 100% for Arian, who gets his stack to 16 million. Lego takes a hit. And it's the end of the road for Mario. Mario eliminated in 8th place. He does receive 6,000. And all these 7 remaining players guaranteed €8,500. You can see the payouts. Kai Penzer-Sinski, 9th place for 4,595, and then we just watched Mario there, post out for 6,000. This is Glumanda, 9-6 under the gun, 6.1 million stack. He folds. Tens for Jakob, 22 million. This guy is super solid. Put in a real decent shift on the feature table when we're playing 2 tables. Took a bad beat with the Kings versus Ace Jack, but found a way back. But he's run into it again here. Benjamin with the bullets. Jakob opening to 2.2 million with the pocket tens. Benjamin looks down at aces. 2 big stacks going to collide here. How big does it get? I do not know. Benjamin considering his options. We want to build the pot up, that's for sure. Get as much money over the line pre-flop as possible. So he announces a 3-bet to 5.8 million. Arian, ace-5 in the cutoff, he folds, and now it's moved around to Lego with the king deuce. Jakob, pocket tens. He senses danger for sure, but just too strong a hand, you feel, to release. 3.6 million to peel a flop. Jakob going through all the scenarios. What kind of hands would 3-bet him? Makes the call, puts in the additional 3.6 million. $14 million in the pot. Jakob with just about a pot-sized bet behind. Benjamin does have him covered. Jack, 8. Ace is still good here. Jakob checks. Benjamin may check this board back. It's not out of the question for Jakob to have a jack here. But it looks like Benjamin is going to continue. Looking at a stack. We'll go small, 4 million. And this is the problem for Jakob. Really doesn't know where he's at. Check calls, flop. Still ahead of ace king, ace queen, pocket nines. Probably the only 3 hands who would 3-bet like this and continue. 4 in the turn. I think this goes check, check. Benjamin trying to figure out what he's up against here. King Jack, very unlikely. He's blocking ace jack. Not many jacks really in Jakob's hand. Jack queen suited. Will he stick about? Could be up against a full boat. 8's not out of the question, but way more likely he's up against queens, 10s, 9s. 3 hands come to mind that would play exactly like Jakob has played this. Benjamin decides to pull the trigger here. Big moment. Jakob. I mean, he really doesn't know where he is. That's the problem. Now, Benjamin didn't get snapped. That's always a good sign. So he knows now he's not up against a full boat or hand containing a jack. He knows he's ahead. So he wants a call. Jakob, 12 million behind. Blinds are 400k, 800k. Still several players with smaller stacks. This is the problem. Jakob just setting fire to money here. By just holding on in, there's colossal pay jumps. the difference between 6th and 7th, almost 3k. This was just a 200 buy-in. Jakob with the tens, trying to figure out what's going on. Kings, queens, aces, all possibilities. But he could be up against ace king, ace queen of clubs, but in the end makes the correct decision, makes the fold. He loses a chunk. And Benjamin sitting on 36 million. Jakob. I don't mind the call pre-flop, even flop call, to be honest. Tens, I think, too strong to give up. Seven remain. Jakob, 4 deuce offsuit. He folds, and this is the big chip leader, Benjamin, playing 4 deuce himself. Arian, 16 million. What a hand, the kings versus king queen, king jack. Lego was on the wrong end of that with the king queen. He's king deuce here on the button position. We're 7-handed. Lumanda folds in the big blind position, the king 9, leaves himself with just 4.5 million behind. About 6 bigs. Not long left in this 400k, 800k blind level. Then we move to 500,000, 1 million. You're still watching or just stumbled upon this stream. You're watching the German Poker Days main event final table from King's Resort. Lego on the cutoff, ace 9. Gets it done. So Arian opens with the ace 8, but Lego will be pulling the trigger here with a 3-bet. Ace king suited. There's the 3-bet. which is 6.7 million. Alexander Metz folds the ace-9 suited. Jakob, pocket eights, interesting spot. But there's been a lot of interest. Open from Marian. 3-bet from Lego. Eights fold, ace 8 folds, and the big slick is shown by Lego. Nine to receives 4,595. Eight for 6,000. Arian under the gun with the suited connectors. 8-7 of diamonds. Now on the button, Alexander with the Jack 10, but Jakob will be 3-bet. Ripping all in with ace 10. I expect him to. Versus a button open. I think he's got to move here. Does let rip. Benjamin would fold the 9 deuce. And I can't see Alexander Metz making the call. Jack 10. Too weak. Now, under the gun, Lego, Queen 4. Snap fold. Marcus folds 12 million stack with a suited ace. Glumanda has to make something happen pretty quick. 4.1 million, I think, is the shortest stack. Metz folds. Jakob. King 6 offsuit. Jack 10 suited in the small blind position for Benjamin. And in the big blind is Arian, I believe. Wow. This is huge. Oh, look at this. Massive pot. Chip leader moves in with Jack 10 suited. Arian. Well, I mean, he snapped him off. And I tell you who's loving this is Glumanda, the short stack. He could just earn thousands of euro by not playing a hand, staying out of trouble. Arian, well, 8's big hand, but look at this. I mean, it's just a sick flop. Top pair, flush draw. And there is a diamond on the turn. Arian drawing dead. Was there a case for folding the 8? Certainly. Do I mind the call? I do not. He wants to win it. He's got to stand up to the chip leader. He's going to be exploiting that ICM scenario. That's unfortunate for Arian Kashi. Huge pot, that. And Benjamin now up to 48 million. 30% almost of the chips in play. Glumanda just 5 big blinds. And he is guaranteed 11,150. Benjamin, ace, jack. What a great scenario for Benjamin. All the chips. Makes it 1.8 million. Lego in the big blind with ace 5 suited. Going to defend. Lego is checking blind, it looks like. Now, ace high board for action. Well, flush draw for Lego. He checks and Benjamin's going to continue. Lego may check raise. %25 pot size bet from Benjamin. And Lego min raises. Now, what does Benjamin do with ace jack? Does he just say, okay, you can have this one? Does he continue? It looks like Benjamin makes the call. Benjamin connects with the turn. He'll still be concerned about ace queen, but Lego going to continue here with his story that he does have a queen. Ace queen probably not likely, given that he just flatted. It's a big bet. Benjamin, I mean, he doesn't come across as a type of player who gives up too easy. Lego staying with this one. Check raising flop. Now continues on the turn. Finally gets the job done. Gets the rewards of a decent pot, 27 million, second in chips for Lego. All in for the short stack. Glumanda. Benjamin won't be calling with the 9-4. Now, Lego. Jack 3. That'll go in the bin. And Marcus shows little interest with the King 6. Glumanda has done so well. Gone up that money ladder, and who knows? Everything is possible. Alexander Metz under the gun, ace 10. Jakob folds his suited king. This is Benjamin, the chip leader. 6 remain. All 6 players guaranteed 11,000 plus. But it's 73,000 up top. Alexander Metz takes it down. Now, ace jack on the cut-off position. Of course, Lego's going to open. And it's folded right around to Alexander Metz. He's not going to show any interest. Lego scoops the pot, gets his stack close to 30 million. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million. Glumanda shoves on the button. I don't blame him. Jakob in the big blind here with a queen, but he's not going to be calling. 3.1. Glumanda Gets the blinds and antes. Now, ace-4 suited for Alexander Metz on the button. Jakob can't do anything in the small blind. With the queen-3, just going to fold. And chip leader, Benjamin, I think he's going to be disinterested when he looks down at 5-3 offsuit. Now Jakob on the button, ace-9 suited. Moves all in, perfectly standard 11 big blind shove on the button, ace-9, and it's folded around Lego with the 10-7. Can't really call this. Says no. Jakob takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 14 bigs. Still 6 remain. Still these players battling out for that €73,000. This is the German Poker Days main event. Ace deuce suited. Glumanda all in under the gun. Well, Benjamin is going to be calling here. Pocket nine's too big a hand to fold. And given the situation with the stacks, this is a certain call. 6.6 million under the gun shove. Just 6.5 bigs. Glumanda, well, he's going to be doing this very wide. Given that he's posting blinds and ante next hand. Benjamin very aware of the situation. He'll figure it out. Make the call, I reckon. A little bit too risky to re-raise, given that Lego is sitting there in the blinds with a big stack. So 6.6 million. Glumanda is hating this, of course. He's done so well, Glumanda. Lego folds Marcus. Well, that's not good for Glumanda. An ace folded. Nines. Big favourite versus ace deuce. Well, spades are live. Of course, one of the two remaining aces in the deck would put Glumanda in the lead, but Benjamin, big favourite. No spade on board. 88% now. Just an ace, there's two left in the deck. Red ace is what Glumanda needs to find, but it's Benjamin who hits the river, making a set. Glumanda taps the table, busted out in sixth, but he did so well, he really did. Went up them money jumps very smartly. He's secured 11,150 payday, and that's your chip leader, Benjamin. Scoreboard graphic showing the chip counts for 5 remaining players. Now, interesting spot here. Well, Alexander was getting a big price there, but opted to just fold in the big blind position. Jack, Jack, deuce. Benjamin, ace high in the lead. Benjamin with 55 million, just 120 million on the table. Massive chip lead, 5-handed here at the German Poker Days main event final table. Well, Alexander Metz in the small blind with King 10, and Jakob playing 12 bigs with a suited ace. This is close. This guy Jakob comes across as hugely knowledgeable. An ace here is huge. Does fold. Alexander Metz takes down the pot. Marcus is going to get called here. He's down to 6.7 million. And Benjamin, he's involved in everything, Benjamin. He's got a call here. And there he is, pocket eights. Marcus, of course, hating hearing the word call. But he felt he's got to generate something, given that he was sitting on just 6.5 bigs. 10-7 suited, enough for him to put his money in. Benjamin snaps him off with the eights, and eight's still good. Marcus needs to hit a 10. Running diamonds, well, 6 of diamonds. This helps. Gives Marcus a bunch of extra outs. But he misses them all. 3 of clubs in the river. Taps the table. Another player eliminated at the hands of Benjamin. It's Marcus, who's busted out here in 5th place for €14,200. And that leaves just 4, and all 4 are guaranteed that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That's your chip count graphic for the 4 players that remain. More action. Alexander Metz with pocket eights makes it 2.5 million. Jakob 3 bets all in with the A7. Well, small blind's just going to get out of the way, and I expect Lego, unless he picks up a monster, to be folding as well. He snap bowls, but look at this. All in the call. Pocket eights for Alexander Metz. Jakob says, what can I do? The guy is raising me all night. 3 bets with the A7. Another all in the call. 25 million pot. Alexander Metz with the eights. Jakob A7. Well, he hits a 7, but the set on the flop pretty much ends it. Unless it comes perfect. It's end of story, and that king on the turn confirms the situation for Jakob, who is eliminated. One of the real quality players left. He's gone on 4th. Just a bunch of bust outs straight away. 4th place. He does get his World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. You can see his payout there, 28,300. That includes the seat, of course. And now all these 3 remaining players playing for a minimum of €35,000. 73 for first. Benjamin with half the chips in play. This is Benjamin on the button with the 10-5. Now, interesting. Alexander Metz with eights. Lego with the ace-9. Just seemed to get to three-handed in no time. His final table. Fast and furious. Blinds 500k, 1 million, but due to increase any moment. Benjamin with 10-8 in the small blind. Limps in. Lego with king deuce. Flush draw for Benjamin, but Lego with top pair. Lego not afraid to get a stack in, that's for sure. Top pair, weak kicker, no backup, no problem. Hands the dealer back the all-in triangle. Three remain. All three, of course, locked up that 35k minimum. But it's 73,000 up top. 38k in the difference between third and first. Alexander Metz. 5-4. Limps in. Benjamin. In the big blind with the 9-8. Well, he's flopped top 2. Bad good shot for Alexander Metz. He checks Benjamin. With a bet here, this will end the hand. Alexander Metz. With a bad draw, I think he lets it go, he does. Benjamin up to 63 million. Now, action here. 2.5 million raising the button. And Lego. 3 bets to 7 million. Alexander Metz with the deuces. Alexander Metz just doing the maths here. Counting up his chips. He's trying to figure out how much he's left. If he goes with this, goes to war with the deuces and loses, what's he got left? Well, I think this 3 bet from Lego. I think this will get it done. Alexander will lay down the deuces. He's been very solid, this guy. He really has been. He's made really good decisions, and Lego is just full of activity and aggression when he wants to be. Gets the job done there. He's the shorter of the 3 player left. He's the shortest stack. Both players pick up a good shot here. 8 ball would give Alex a straight. 7 would give Benjamin a straight. Jack on the river doesn't change anything. Alex continues. 7-8 still the nuts, and Alex with a blocker to the nuts in his hand at 7 of clubs. But Benjamin, well, he might get fancy here. No, he folds the 10-8. Alex, 39 million now. Which is pretty much bang on average stack. You can see the stats there. Benjamin up top, Alex average stack, and then Lego, the short stacked player with 24 million. About 7 minutes left in this level. Lego 2.6 million. Alexander with the goods here, Pocket Kings. So still three-handed here. Alexander Metz sitting on 44 million. Average stack is 40. So just while we're watching this three-handed affair, quick reminder of the action in Kings Resort over the next week or so. Well, we have that Spanish Poker Festival kicking off today. Starts with the Spanish Cup, which is a 50k guaranteed event that kicks off with flight 1A today. Just 100 buy-in, 100 plus 15 in fact, 50,000 guaranteed. Then we move into the main event, on Wednesday. We have flight 1A Wednesday evening, 250 buy-in, €300,000 guaranteed for that Spanish Poker Festival main event. There's also a high roller in there, accumulator. Really exciting schedule. There's the pot limit Omaha course. Also, Spanish Poker Festival all week, but the main highlights are the Spanish Poker Cup, 150 buy-in, 50k guarantee, and then the main event proper, which is 250 buy-in, 300,000 guaranteed. Now, Lego on the button with an ace makes it 3 million. Blind still 500,000, 1 million for the next couple of hands, but then it's going to increase. Benjamin with the Jack 6 suited in the big blind calls, and Alex is in there also from the small blind with the 7-6 of hearts. Lego on the button has flopped the good shot. This ace high is still in the lead. Continues, both players fold. Lego up to 31 million. Now, suited connectors for Benjamin in the small blind. 7-6 of clubs is the chip leader, 53 million. And he raises, looks like 3.5. And an all-in from Lego. Ace-10 suited, Lego pulls the trigger. Benjamin can't really do anything. He's got a safe face by posturing for a little bit, trying to communicate to his opponent that, okay, got a big hand this time, but I'm going to fold to you. But I won't be folding so quick the next time. Benjamin asking for a count, but there's no chance. He's going to call with 7 high. Lego 3 bets all in with the ace-10 suited. Benjamin, of course, never calling with 7 high. If you've just tuned in, this is the German Poker Days main event final table. We're down to just 3 players. Dealer just announced a new blind level, which is the 600,000, 1.2 million, which leaves 100 bigs in play, which is about 33 big blinds average stack. Still a little bit of play, but I wouldn't expect this to last too much longer. This guy Lego, well, he's just full of creativity, but he just folds out there in the small blind with the Jack 3. Just too weak a holding. That will do for Alexander, who has come across as top quality. Featured him on the stream when there was final two tables. Now, Lego. 9 deuce off, no interest. Alexander on the button, King Jack suited. Certainly going to be showing interest. 36 million, average is 40 million. Benjamin with 50 million. Now, Lego at sevens. Puts in the 3 million. Lego. Just explained to the dealer his hearing is not 100%. Dealer will oblige. Alex flops top pair. Good shot. Backdoor flush. A lot going on, so he's going to continue. Lego with the sevens. He's under-repped his hand pre, but he's completely missed this. 3 over cards. Hard to see Lego continuing once Alexander makes a continuation bet here. Lego can't do anything. Missed that board. No connection. Folds the sevens. Benjamin on the button with the king 3. So Benjamin on the button raises to 2.8 million. Small blind Lego with a suited ace. And Alex in the big blind with the 6-4 suited, getting a big price. Everyone has missed this. Benjamin can win it here. Continuation from Benjamin will get it done, I'm sure. Ace deuce has to fold. Lego just has to fold this. Alexander still in the hand. Lego's not closing the action, so really wouldn't make sense to float there. Benjamin, chip leader. What a performance this guy's put in. He really has. Shown a lot of quality. And now he has 50% of the remaining chips in play, three-handed. Jakob, fourth, 28,300. I like that guy. He played superb. That tens versus aces damaged him big time. Never recovered. Lego on the button with the king 10. Benjamin in the small blind position with queen 7. Limps in. Lego checks his option. Gonna go and see a flop. Queen 8, 6. Well, this is pretty big flop. Double gutter for Lego. 7 or jack for a straight. Top pair for Benjamin. So I can see money going in here. Benjamin leads now. Lego has tended to raise in these situations. Just called. You just want to hit two pair. Benjamin, that's for sure. Benjamin with the top pair. Lego with the double gutter. $4 million. Lego will be continuing. I expect him to. He goes all in. That's incredible. Now, this is a big moment. Huge. Lego pulls the trigger. Three of hearts doesn't make a huge difference to the board. Benjamin looks back down at his cards. This is very close. I think Benjamin might call because Lego has played back at him several times. And if you're continually folding top pair to Lego, he will exploit you until you are bled dry. That's what Benjamin is thinking. Huge moment here. 3 players left. All 3 have locked up 35k. And right now we're watching Benjamin, the chip leader, involved in a hand against Lego. Lego with the double gutter. And Benjamin counting out chips. It's a huge shove. 26 million. It's half of Benjamin's stack to call. Calls and loses, he's short. Very close this. Lego. We described him as a box of tricks. He really is full of ideas. He can pull the punches. A lot of players at this stage, he just get a load of players to fold now at this stage, but Benjamin is super solid, very, very shrewd, understands exactly what's going on. Legolas 69 is exploiting every situation, applying pressure. This is close though. Trying to figure out what kind of hands would do this that he's beating. Two flush draws, loads of straight draws. Benjamin in the tank. I think he calls, I really do, the longer it goes on. Big decision here. Wow. Well, Lego gets him to fold. He shows the semi-bluff. He had a double gutter. But Benjamin in such good shape there to bust out Lego. Blind 600k, 1.2 million. Benjamin still with the chip lead, but look how close this is. 40 bigs for Benjamin, 30 for Alexander Metz, and 30 bigs for Lego, 69. $100 big blinds in play. 33 bigs will be the average. Both Lego and Alexander close to average. Benjamin slightly above. But he got moved off the best hand then there, Benjamin. You won't like that. Nine-seven suited on the button. We're going to see an open to about 2.5 million, I expect, from Benjamin. Well, it looks to be a bit bigger. Looks to be closer to 3 million. 2.8 in fact. And Alexander Metz in the big blind position with a suited king would certainly be continuing. King 5 of clubs versus 9-7 of spades. Ace Jack 6. Alexander has missed this totally. Benjamin can comfortably continue on an ace high board without too big a chance of getting check raised. Continuation bet does get it done. This is a real interesting duel here. This guy is top quality. These three guys, in fact, hugely talented, in my opinion. All three playing some really good poker. You've just come on the stream, you're watching German Poker Days. It's the main event, it's the final table. Three remain. All these three players have locked up €35,000. They're playing for 73,000. This is Lego on the button with the suited king Now Benjamin in the big blind position will check his option after Lego limped in with the king 4 suited. Morgan 6, you're very welcome. Benjamin with the good shot Lego with top pair. Well, good shot, I'd say. It's an open ender. So any 9, any 4 for the straight. Lego with top pair. This could be a big pot. These two are continually at each other. Alexander just seems to be sitting back a bit and letting Benjamin and Legolas battle it out. Oh boy, that's a sick card. 2 pair for Lego. The straight for Benjamin. I think all the money goes in. There's a check raise incoming from Benjamin once Lego value bets, or what he perceives to be a value bet. 5.5 million. This is going to be a huge pot. The money could go in now. Lego has turned 2 pair, but Benjamin, who flopped the open ender, is now the nuts. So expecting a check raise from Benjamin. Dealer just waiting on Benjamin to announce his decision. It's such a brutal card for Lego. 4 on the turn, giving him 2 pair. Here's the raise. That's 6 million. Looks to be about 12.5 million. Maybe 13. Benjamin with the nuts. Lego, 2 pair. Well, 14 million total. Lego. Well, he can't escape. There's no escape here. And with 2 flush draws, I think, I mean, if I'm Lego, I may even put the lot in. I think I do. 25 behind. 8.5 to call. I think Lego goes with this. Well, I don't believe he's going to fold this. Picked his cards up as if he was going to throw them over the line. But, of course, 2 pair, he makes the call. Almost 40 million in the pot. And you can see Alexandra going, what's going on here? You guys are just continually clashing. Diamonds get there. That might help Legolas, but I don't think so. Diamonds come via the back door. He makes the call. Lego is busted. King 4. Top and bottom pair. Lego has been superb, but he is bust in third place, and he's kind of shocked. 35k will help settle the mood. What a hand, what a pot. And now 3-1 chip advantage for Benjamin over Alexander Metz, who has guaranteed himself €45,550. We're going to go straight to the heads-up battle between Benjamin and Alexander Metz. Benjamin with ace jack on the button. This is the big chip leader. 2 players from 2,419 entries. Both these players now going head to head. Ace 10 versus ace jack. It's a total setup hand. Benjamin makes it 2.8 million. Alexander Metz 3 bets. It's all going in. Both these players have locked up 45k, but of course 73,000, and it's all in. Remarkable ending. 2 hands, 2 bust outs. It looks like, unless Alexander Metz can somehow connect, hit a 10, some kind of crazy straight or flush. Spades are covered, but his clubs are live. 45k locked up. This is a 63 million pot. If Alexander can get lucky with them, we're going to be even in chips. 2 clubs. He does have the backdoor club option. Jack King would work. 10 or 3 would go. Now, this is huge. 3 for a chop. 10 for the win. Club for the win. Alexander Metz. Waits, but it's 4 spades. Benjamin finishes the event. Huge moment. Alexander Metz, runner-up for 45,000. That's your winner, Benjamin. Getting congratulated by his friends. Well, he really deserved it, let's be honest. He was superb. Didn't feature him until the final table, but very quickly it was obvious he was there to win it, and win it he did. That is the German Poker Days main event champion, Benjamin, €73,000. It's been a terrific stream. Some real quality in the end came true. Appreciate all of you viewers logging on. We're going to be back next week with the Spanish Poker Festival. Dealer just setting up the winner shot. Great moment for Benjamin. It's been an absolute pleasure. German Poker Days main event has been concluded, and our stream has also been concluded. Bye from me, and bye from Kings Resort.